Yep.
Okay.
Cardboard stuff. Okay, sorry, everybody.
Okay, it's 9 o'clock. We'll open a special meeting of the Almont Township Board with the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We do the adoption of the agenda, Kim, or?
I don't think you need,
Motion to that effect?
I don't think we need that.
Public comment, we have no new business, budget workshop discussion. So I guess for the record, we normally have one budget workshop the day of our regularly scheduled meeting, which would be next week. But I thought, being that we're a new board, I'm a new supervisor, it may be beneficial to go over some numbers, have somewhat of an informal comment, questions, any concerns over how the budget is put together and what the numbers are. Mike has got an added form here that he'd like to go over. So just to start out, I guess, I basically took last year's budget, okay, and looked at the numbers, looked at where we're at this year, what we've spent to date, and made some adjustments. And on your printout there, it'll say budget report for Almont Township Fund 101 General Fund. At the top of governing body there was some deletions that I mistakenly did not fill in. So I did go over that and fill in some numbers. At the bottom of the column to the right, okay, it shows 62,250, okay? But when I add in the deleted numbers that I didn't put in, we actually come up to 127,750. So if you want to go line item by line item, we can do that. The general government, governing body, that includes salaries, employer social security. You'll see all the headings as you go down the column. So I come up with 127,750. And like I say, I made a few changes based upon what I've seen between this end of this fiscal year and the new year coming. So is there any questions, comments, concerns in that regard?
So Gary, we're working off user Jenny document and not user Gary document.
That's a user Jenny document, Fred. That's a user Jenny document dated 5/1/25.
So the user Gary appears to include some revenue numbers in the back, which seems to be the difference between what it calculates and kind of what the other report calculates. Where do the revenue numbers come from? How did those get, or where did they get?
Revenue numbers I have here. I did make a copy for you. Ran out of time, Mike, and like I say, this is an informal budget hearing where hopefully we can all add our 2 cents here. Last year's taxes, okay, for example, were 462,629, okay? This year's taxes were 460,249. I'll make a copy of this for you. I was gonna do that. I guess I can still run out there and do it. Revenue sharing was 454,176 last year. It's 443,306 this year. We have charges for services of 17,700, interest of 5,000, and other Now, I labeled it contingencies of $85,710.27. So last year, that came to $1,025,215.27. This year, it comes to $1,011,955. You want me to run out? Let me make a copy of this, I'll be right back.
No, it's okay. I just wondered, because depending on which set of
I don't
numbers
have
you
copies
use,
of it either.
None of us-
it shows a completely different general fund balance. I mean, yours calculates something in the 2.4 million range, the other one's 1.9. I was trying to decide which set of figures we're going to use. It sounds like we're going to use the old report from Jenny, so we don't need to worry about this one, right?
Correct.
Okay.
I did put together a packet for everyone too that talks about the township's revenue sharing from the state. Kim put these together. Expected revenue based on our millage rate. That shows 462.4870. The State Tax Commission assessment roll certification board of review shows our taxable value for the township is $360,272,957. And the total taxable for real property in the township only, does not include the village, is $262,511,254. That's the number that our police contract is based upon at 2 mills. So if you take that figure and multiply it times 2 mills, it would generate $525,022. So that's another discussion area.
Thanks, John.
Our police contract is roughly $457,000. They're due to get raises, okay? So it's, I guess, right now, we don't know what type of raises they're gonna get, but if they do, which they will, if we kept it at 2 mills, it would generate 525. Will that be enough? Possibly, but we'll wait and see. Okay, supervisors, we're gonna go right down the, on that Jenny document dated 5/1, go right down the supervisor heading. This salary of 32,000. Total expenditure under that heading would be 41,150. Now you can see what those other headings are: Social Security, Medicare, books, office supplies. The mileage reimbursement, originally they showed at $750. I reduced it for the supervisor's office to $200. Membership and dues and so on and so forth. Clerk salary, total for the clerk salary would be $62,995. Okay, base salary of $45,728. And again, you show the Social Security, Medicare, training, and so on and so forth. Deputy clerks at $20,500.
Gary, can I ask a question?
Yes, if
How-
you have questions, just, yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I go to Jenny's report. It says clerk salary 45,728, activity 38,107. Over here, it's jumped up to 62. What's the difference? Or is that total? You're saying this isn't salary. You're putting in the total clerk's office?
Total clerk cost
Got it.
for
Okay,
that.
so we're not going line item, we're going to the totals then.
Well,
Got
the
it.
line items are there, Mike.
Yeah, I got it. Okay, I just
Okay,
wanted to make sure.
okay. Board of review,
So Gary,
go ahead.
in the final column on the right, 25, 26, that's the budget plan for the upcoming fiscal year? The final
Correct.
column on, all the way to the right?
All the way to the right.
Okay.
That's the column we'd be working on for the upcoming fiscal year, correct? Okay, next page, board of review. I've got a number in there of $2,753. Okay. If you look at the line items, there's several different line items there. Social Security, Medicare. Thing publishing, education, training, those are just guesstimates for a total of $2,753. Treasurer's salary, total is $59,175. The actual salary is $38,500. If you look down the line item column, those are your Social Security's, Medicare, office supplies, tax roll preparation, computer services. It totals out to $59,175. Deputy treasurer, $17,500.
Can we jump back to treasurer? What, the 6,000 delta, what drove that up? What did we add in treasurer's office? Last year it was 53,375, and we're saying the total for the office is now 59. What is the 6,000 difference?
Under the treasurer, you're looking.
Yeah, if I look at the treasurer's
There was a
budget, it was 53,375 this year. Next year, the proposed for the treasurer's office is 59,175.
Well, that's reflecting a increase in salary there, Mike, from 35,070 to 38,500. That accounts for part of it. Social Security,
up almost 200, yeah.
Tax roll preparation went up from 35 to 45.
And then the computer services, that's 35 from the original budget.
Under yours? Oh, I see.
So I'd like to look at that one again, Gary, to see where that original number came from. As long as I understand where it came from, but I'd like to look at that.
that's what we're here for.
Okay.
So
Yep,
this is a rough
yep,
stab at it, okay? And the purpose of us being here is for the question and answer.
Yep.
And recommendations, if any.
yep.
So, I see computer services in a lot of areas, and then I see this BSNA software price tag. I'm confused about that.
Well, computer services wouldn't just be BSNA, it'd be KW too. So if someone's like building department just upgraded their computer and they had to run lines and stuff, that all got charged to computer services for building department from KW.
So do we distinguish between KW and BSNA? Do we
In the
know?
system with it, not for the GL number, no. But when it's put into accounts payable, yes. But they both use computer services as their code.
So for Kim, okay, so it was budget for 3,500 last year and no expenditures last year? Is that what
Right,
that
so
means?
that's why I want to look at that.
Okay,
I don't know what the original thought behind
So,
that.
I think
was
what
for.
it was is KW, like we went to a different contract with KW where they supplied like all the stuff instead of individually, like we get a monthly bill from them now. I think that's what, when this original budget from 24-25 was put in place, that wasn't the case. So every department had that.
so every department has a piece of K&W.
Well, now it's just a monthly bill, so I take it out of the governing body because it's not separated. We used to get like separate bills that would say different things on it, and now we don't get that. It's all included in a overall bill.
Is that okay with you, Jenny? That, because you can't take it to an account under the building department or the treasurer's department or any, that's just one.
It just all goes to
Sure.
Now, like for when we just did the building department, that
Yeah.
came in as a separate bill. So that went under building department.
Oh, that's kind of extra.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any other questions under
Yeah.
treasurer?
Yeah, some of them have it listed and some of them
Right,
don't.
right, the clerks, she had the 3,000 for the computer services, and that was actually, there was actually activity.
Right.
But the one in the treasurer's, it wasn't. So, again, let me look at that.
Okay.
And see what that was originally
Well, there's activity
budgeted
under,
for.
there's activity under general or under governing body and under like the assessor as well.
Yeah, we got computer services clerk, general, treasurer, assessor. I'm gonna see if the building department's got it. They don't have a building department. Oh, building and grounds, I'm sorry.
See, my computer services is probably when they come in and do the testing. I could look it up, but I'm assuming it's the testing on my calculators. That
Okay.
one under computer services.
But the rest of all the charges for computer services, that's under governing body now.
Yes.
Okay.
So would you zero it out under the treasurer and the clerk then?
Mine would have to stay because when they do the testing on tabulators, that's a whole different company.
Okay.
Now, the treasurer, yes, you could probably zero out under her
And roll that into the
and roll
general?
it into the governing body.
Now what about the assessor? Do they have different, that's not K&W, is it?
Well, I mean, the assessor uses all of our stuff. So it would still be K&W does their, if they have issues.
So what does BSNA fall under then?
Computer services.
We have a proposal from BSNA for assessing services for 8560. Right?
Where are you seeing this,
Yeah.
Dennis?
I'm seeing it under this one.
Oh, yeah. That's just for your viewing pleasure. That's a nice one.
That's not in effect.
That's just for FYI right now. That's not in the budget.
Okay.
That was just like, here's the information.
That's to
Mike-
go to the cloud.
Mike, I talked about it the last meeting where we met, we had a phone call with them, and they told us, this is gonna happen, this is what we can do. We're gonna need to upgrade you at some point. This is gonna be the cost to do that. So I didn't know if we wanted to kind of put that as into the budget, a portion of that. We don't have to do it this year.
Oh, okay, I thought we
Yeah.
did.
No, but if we wanted to kind of budget ahead a little bit and put some, in, like bank it, I don't know. Wanted to throw it out there for everybody, so it didn't come as a big surprise.
Yeah, I guess I would think we would budget for it. This
That's
is
what I
something
kind of
that-
wondered.
From we discussed at the last meeting that we were gonna have to do, right?
Correct.
Eventually.
Within the next probably 5 years, they said.
Oh,
Right.
within the next 5 years.
Yeah.
So we've got
So-
time.
So how do we, I mean, what they say is property for 6560, and then we have the assessor using computer services for, not 2,000. Let's take his price.
But with that, I think the annual fee that we currently pay for BSNA, I think it's like 9,700 if I'm not mistaken. It's in
Somewhere
that
there,
range.
yeah.
But then that's the .NET program. The cloud system is going to go to like 23,000 a year annual fee. That's going to jump it.
So where's the 97 in here?
The
That we're-
90,
That
the
we're
annual
currently
fee.
paying.
That I don't know right now. But as far as the 38.5, I think 38.4 implementation fee, that's going to be the chunk. Like the one-time only chunk.
How much
But
is
the
it?
in 38.4, I think,
For what?
the implementation fee.
Oh, for BSNA?
Yeah, that's to launch it, to get us on board. That's what we will eventually have to do. But again, we don't have to do it this year or next year. But the annual fee will basically double.
Well,
So just, I don't know if we want to just be aware of that for this next budget cycle or even the cycle after this.
Well, their total estimate is 61,775. And
Right.
if we've got 5 years to pick and choose or whatever, we should spread that out, shouldn't we?
Well,
That's
if,
quite a bill to pay in 1 year.
that's why I wanted to get it out there so everybody could take a look at it and think about it. Again, that 23,000, that is an annual fee.
Okay.
So it's basically the 40,000 that we would have to look at where we can best budget that in the next couple of years.
We wouldn't budget for that yearly. We would save the money in the general fund and then we would budget for it in the year that we're going to spend the money.
Exactly.
That's how that's our checks and balances.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they're not individual savings accounts, right? These should be zeroed out, essentially, each department.
For computers, well, if you can't distinguish between BSNA and K&W, that's,
Well, yeah, I'm not seeing the 9,000 we're paying now.
okay.
We're only budgeted for 5 and we're spent 2,300 in one and 2,500 in the other. We're not even at 5,000 and where's the other 9,000?
The increase, the yearly increase, you said it was 95, we're currently paying, is gonna jump to 23.
Once we go to the cloud
So
system.
until we make that move, it stays at 9,500.
Exactly.
Okay.
We don't have it anywhere in the budget.
What, have what in the budget?
9,500.
That would be Jenny. I don't.
I'd have to look at exactly what GL number I use, but that's individually. So when I get a bill from BSNA, it'll say annual upgrade or whatever, and it'll say treasurer. So that gets put in the treasurer's department. Clerks gets put in clerks, assessing, and so forth. So I'd have to look up exactly what, I don't know what GL number I used on it.
So Jenny, eventually, I mean, if we go to this cloud system,
Your KW bill should go down if you go to the cloud system because we don't need all of the backup and all of the threat protection because the cloud will already have that. So yes, you're going to increase by a bunch, but the annual fee might not be as bad as the, what was it, 22,000 or something? Yeah, that probably won't be as bad because it's going to be offset by we're not going to be paying KW as much because we don't need them to do as much stuff for us because the cloud base will already have it built in.
so when we show $3,500 for him, and we show 3,000 for you for computer services, couldn't we zero those out and just make a line item for computer services in general for the entire township?
You could, but you can't zero out the clerks because mine counts the tabulators. That's totally different. That's election source that does that. But yes, for treasurer, you could put it in general if you want, yes.
Still don't understand where we're spending that money.
What's that, Rick?
I'm not understanding where we're spending that $9,000 because this has activity as well. We currently pay $9,000. We're not budgeted for it, but I don't even see it as activity. If you look at the 24-25 activity, I don't see anything that would contain $9,000.
Well, no, it's gonna be split between a bunch of different departments.
It's not a line
It's
item.
not a line item.
Right.
It's gonna be split between departments.
Right.
It would be under computer services.
Yeah, you spread it out across the different departments.
Right.
But
If
it's
you
all-
add up the expenditures or the activity under, if you just add them, if I do it off the top of my head, it's showing
I'd
20.
have to look at, I just went off whatever code Carol used to put it under. I could look it up in accounts payable for you after the meeting and tell you exactly.
So understand, I guess, Rick and the rest of the members here. Carol was clerk for 30 years. Paul was supervisor for 16. They had their ways of doing things. I'm gonna get into the discussion on this sheet here in a little bit. We've got to come up with a plan on how we want to do things. And the whole idea behind this is, it's been my experience as a supervisor years ago, and then as a trustee for 12 years. There's been a lot of mystery behind budget. Okay? And I'm going to throw out the idea that when I came here, it was Carol did the budget along with Paul Wilcox. And I said, well, it's my statutory duty as supervisor. So Carol and I started doing the budget together. And then when I left, Paul took over, not casting stones. It became an individual effort. And I think there was a lot of mystery behind it. And I'd like to take that mystery out of budgeting and have it a full board discussion. That's what today is for. That's what next week will be for. And in the end, then we'll put the numbers in and adopt the budget in June. So there's some questions here that we might not have answers for, segueing from the old board to the new board that we're going to have to research. So but that's why we're here today. Okay, is to hopefully facilitate those questions and answers. If that helps at all.
Yeah, I still go back to the price tag on BS&A. And Jenny says we have 61,000. I don't know why they have travel expense. So how do we plan, like Rick said, we would budget, I don't know, I guess that tracking how we're gonna handle it. We got 5 years to basically incorporate the BS&A proposals for the various categories that they have laid out. Financial management, personal management, community development, property. Is this a la carte? Do we pick what we want and not pick it? I guess I don't know.
That was their proposal that they sent.
Okay,
Some of it was included. Right now, we can't add any more modules to our system because we're a .NET system. They will support us as a .NET, but they will not let us add anything more. So handwriting on the wall shows us that it is going to be gradually pushed into this. Your question about the travel, apparently I was not happy about that at all. I'm still trying to think how we can address that. They apparently send out a person or two to come for a week. I don't know why they would need to do that. They fly, or they get people in, they have to pay for their hotel and all this stuff. I explained that we have a very small office. We're only open 24 hours a week. I don't think we need a week training,
right.
So I'm trying to work on that
Okay.
when we're ready to go there. I think we could negotiate that price, hopefully. I think that's overreaching, actually, but
I mean, that's a proposal. That's why.
that's all it was, yeah. But we would like to add cash receipting into that.
Oh,
And that price there, that proposal, is including the cash receipting. That's the one that I wanted to add a couple months ago, but they were not able to do that because we're on the .NET system.
and then what they provide is this cloud, so that if our computers crash, the records are still maintained in their cloud.
Yeah, it's a completely new
Backup system.
everything. The screens look different. It can do this, it can do that. It's like night and day as far as the capability and what it can do. It's definitely, it's definitely an upgrade. I'll say that. It will take us all time to learn how to do it. And we're not ready to do that yet. That's why I just wanted to throw it out there. If we could budget, and again, the 23,000 will be an annual fee. We're paying half that now. But if we could somehow budget that $40,000 in within the next 2 years or so, that implementation fee.
That's the 38.6?
Correct.
Okay.
So I don't know where you would, I don't know how we would do that, maybe like what Rick suggested, just kind of, put it in there, know it's there, and then at least have a little savings ready for it.
Why don't we just take this offline and have a side discussion on it all later, because there's still a lot of unknowns.
Yeah.
That works.
We'll never get through the rest of the budget if we don't.
And
Works
I
for
think
me.
you did state too that this price is not gonna get any cheaper.
No.
And
No.
I doubtful if it'd go up. and
Right.
Really, but I think that we could move on and.
Agreed. We don't want to do it this year.
No.
If that helps.
Okay. I think that brings us up to the deputy treasurer. Looks like her budget increased. To 17.5. If you wanted to expound upon that.
Yeah, I can talk about that. I was the deputy treasurer the past year or so, and as you know, I had a full-time job. Roberta didn't really need a deputy treasurer, and that was her decision. So the problem is that when she wasn't able to, due to some health concerns, that's when we ran in with a problem with staffing. So the staffing increase is why you're seeing the treasurer's salary higher this past year, because the person that was hired to come in and do that, they took that salary out of the treasurer's line item salary. So that is why it's quite high this year. However, I do see the valuable need for a deputy treasurer to be here. So I price that out at 2.5 days per week at $20 an hour. So that's how I came to the 16, and I rounded it up a little bit. That's how I came to the 16,000.
Questions? Assessor Equalization Department, 60,700. Mitch's contracted fee is 55,000. Rest of that is assessment notices, computer services, and I think he's got operating supplies of $200. So he's that line item went up about $5,000. Building and grounds, I kept the same, 60,900.
Go back to the deputy treasurer for a second.
Sure.
So on that, you said that you calculated on 2.5 days at
Yep.
$20 an hour.
Mhm.
So that's total, or is that an increase?
Total.
Because it increased 60%.
Right, because in 2020, before that, Bert didn't have anyone coming in. So she budgeted way low because she didn't actually have a deputy treasurer coming in to do that because Kim had her job and Bert said she didn't need her.
Okay. 2.5 days is probably about 60% of our open hours, isn't it?
Right. And then,
Right, we're open 4 days, so if 2.5
Right.
of that is roughly 60%.
right, and my thought was, because there are a few days that by law, we do have to remain open all day long from like 8 to 5.
Mhm.
That covers that. If there's some busy times, we can have her work a little bit. People get sick. I took just an estimate. I thought 2.5 covers it either way. And it's nice because John, the deputy clerk, covers the 2 days a week. My new deputy will cover the other 2 days a week. the office will be covered. They will coordinate then. They'll have their set days and they'll be able to cover if somebody's sick or if somebody wants to trade or for whatever reason. So we would fully expect the office to be covered.
Same job though, right?
They're not doing the same job. She's just saying like, say her deputy is sick and we want someone to cover the office to answer phones
Right.
and answer the window, then like my deputy wouldn't be doing the deputy's job. It just, if we needed someone to cover the office, we could do that.
So Jenny, it looks like your person comes in or is budgeted for a full 3 days.
Yes.
Kim's is at 2.5 days. Am I getting that right?
Yes, because once, so starting, it won't be till May, but May is when we start working on elections. She will have to come in all 4 days. So I just did an average of 3 days for the whole year. Because May starts and there'll be days she'll work more than what we're open. I just wanted to cover it, so I figured if I did 3 days for the whole year, I would definitely cover it. I'm probably gonna be over, where she's not gonna use as much as I budgeted, but I'd rather be able to have more money in there than not enough.
Very good.
Does this include the assistants too?
What assistant?
She's not gonna have an assistant anymore.
I'll just have a deputy,
So no assistant at all?
just my deputy.
Okay.
Roberta is officially retired, so.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. So it's just me for the next couple of months, and then my new deputy, I expect to bring that to board next week. We'll approve my deputy, and then she'll start the middle of June. So,
Okay, building and grounds, I left the same, 60,900.
Does this include the ball fields?
I'm sorry?
Are you saying the
We still have maintenance and all that kind of
Oh.
stuff, right? Cutting, Josh cuts the grass.
Yeah,
and-
that I think comes out of the buildings and grounds thing here.
Here about the ISD network for police. That's under buildings and grounds.
I'm not sure why it's there, okay, other than it's in the building, okay?
Oh.
But, yeah, that's a $500 expenditure.
Yeah, that'd be- okay.
I was just curious, I didn't know if that was under Parks and Rec, for the ball fields, or if it was under building and grounds.
Under buildings and grounds, that would include this building here.
Yes.
I know there has been talk about the resurfacing of the parking lot out here.
Yes.
Have we heard anything back from the village on that? I guess?
Well, he was waiting for Prees. Prees came in rather high. He's suggesting another company, and our share of that would be about 63,000. But I can get that to you.
Yeah, and I guess I was just asking, I mean,
How does that fit?
we're
into-
leaving it the same, but is it this board's intentions to move forward to go with that? I don't know.
Well, the parking lot does need it. but
I agree, but-
But it's a board decision, right? I mean,
If we decide that we don't want to do it this year, next year, I mean, or, I don't know. We have a lot of road projects. They're looking at us too. I'm just trying to, I'm not disagreeing with your number here. I'm just bringing it up to the board with this parking lot thing.
well, it could change, yes.
Just
I mean,
a
if.
heads up.
If our decision is to, because we haven't made that decision, hasn't come before us yet formally, it will be on the agenda next week, okay? So it's not on this paperwork today, but if that was the case, yeah, you could increase the building and grounds next year by another 60 grand.
Well, while we're on that topic, we had a hell of a mess of ice on that side of the building all winter last year. I don't even know how you correct that. That was terrible.
I just asked Dale Kerberson about that
Right.
on Thursday.
That one downspout location, I think, is bad.
It's a death trap. When it's icy, it's a death trap.
Where they could put that,
It's terrible.
I don't know, off the back, either way, it's gonna.
If they're gonna redo something with the parking lot up there, it should be something with that downspout goes underneath there into a drain.
He talked about that and he said if they do that, then they have to put something in there that will keep it heated.
Right, like a heat pipe or heat tape or something.
So,
What is it? Yeah, that's a mess, you're right. It's a hazard.
but I agree if we're gonna spend big money like that for the parking lot, it needs to be addressed because it's a little pesty problem, but it's a very big problem.
If you go out there and you look at it, and if instead of directing it over here to a downspout, if you took the downspout and took it and sloped the east trough that way to that corner, put it out into the corner and let it go out into the parking lot, keep it off the side grass.
Yep.
Pretty cut and dry to do that.
Yep.
Then you don't have to go underground, you could lay on top of the ground out to the parking lot, let it drain out there. Ice wouldn't be a problem because they're gonna be salting it and. Yeah.
I'm on board with you, Randy, on this one.
If we have 2 or 3 projects like that we think might come to fruition, wouldn't it make sense to just line item list those and then develop a contingency to address those as a separate contingency fund?
Yeah, there's a line item for contingencies.
Yeah, but I don't know if that
We
includes
don't have any.
paving and that include the potential of
Yeah.
paving or the potential of a repair out there. I mean, that way we know all these risks, so we're not all surprised when they come here. So yeah, we thought about it, anticipated it, yes or no. The money was funded. If it's not used, we'll put it back to the general fund. Just a thought. I mean, I don't like,
agree.
nobody
That's a
likes
good idea.
surprises.
I think, I got a picture, there's at least 4 inches of ice above the eave troughs on that side of the building. It's like that thick.
Yeah.
That's a problem, not just a downspout though. I don't know why
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, isn't there supposed to be something up there, they put in there, it was heated?
Yeah, there's cord running
Yeah.
there, but I don't know, they
Is it working?
honestly don't, I don't
I don't
think they
know.
work.
I don't know if it's the width of the overhang that's the issue, because it goes from, more conditioned to non-conditioned out into the overhang, or if it's when they went from the original shingled roof to the steel roof, because it sheets off there pretty fast, right? And it goes from, like, again, conditioned air that's up there.
Is that Superior did that?
Oh, yeah.
I think they took the computer lines and ran them down the east trough out there, that's why they weren't in the wall.
I don't know.
That's putting it in place,
Okay.
That's what keeps it warm.
so, but,
Mike, that's a good point though so I'll pencil that in.
Just think about it.
Okay.
So do we have any other large potentials out there? So we got the parking lot.
Got the parking lot, everybody's been waiting for a bill on a fire truck. We don't have that itemized here, it just shows as a huge surplus. So I'm just suggesting that when we have these, we know it's coming, it's a known potential expense. Quantify it, put it off to the side, and then we know why a budget's above or below, and then there's a contingency to cover it.
You mean in the fire department budget?
Yeah, if you look at the fire, I mean, it's.
Yep, it's.
And everyone
healthy.
knows why that is, but when
Correct.
you look at it, you go,
Yeah.
wow,
Only the people that know about the truck know why that is.
Exactly.
Other people that look at this say, why do we have so much money?
Well, there is money budgeted in capital outlay in the fire budget. And so it looks like,
That's the truck.
correct, which is what
Okay.
Mike's talking about.
That's the price on the truck,
Yep.
and the deposit was the 275 under activity. Okay,
we have, this year, we have a very large surplus in the roads budget. And everybody keeps saying, we have lots of roads to take care of. Well, we got 2 months left. I don't know how much road work we're gonna get done in the next 2 months. But we got $200,000 that should have been spent on roads that we didn't spend. But if there's a project out there that we know is gonna hit for that, it'd make me sleep better if I said, oh, there's a surplus and here's why. And when that bill comes, it's taken care of.
We had a program, I guess, a couple of years ago that was being discussed with the road budget or the road committee about extending limestone, okay, from the existing limestone, you know, so we can eventually, maybe hopefully one day have it all limestone. I think that was part of the reason we increased the budget to 400,000. Now, why we didn't use it all this year, you mentioned.
So the reason that there's all that money sitting in there is because we paid all the road commission bills with the ARPA money to use up that ARPA money by the end of the year. So that's why the road budget's still so high, is because all of it came out of ARPA so that we used those funds and didn't have to give them back to the state. Otherwise, that probably would have used up a lot of the budget.
And also our $45,000 in there too, we used that was in the road thing there when it came to projects. Our allocation credits were used
Yes.
on lot 2,
Yeah.
which kept that number down too, which Gary contacted the other day, and there was like $2,500 left of that 45,000. Correct, Gary?
That's
correct.
Yes. So that got burned up too, which you have to use that or it doesn't roll over. So.
Do we have any culverts or anything that are in need or?
Every day.
Right, that's
Yeah,
pretty much
there's
all the time.
There's a culvert out there right now that we just didn't approve it, or even over on Hall Road, there's one over there too that's coming, could be expensive.
It's also a box culvert down there by Lady Lake.
That's the one on Hall Road.
And they're talking that could be a couple $100,000 when we get to that one, our share of that. So,
Yes. And we made Jason and Nate aware, I think even Destin there, that is there a grant out there available for that, which there could be.
Right.
So is the road committee looking at Scott's settlement then? Because that's a big bill too.
Well, yeah, that's, you know, I don't know where that bid
We're
should
waiting
be in
for a
by
bid.
now.
We're waiting for an asphalt bid. They come out and they bid all the road commission jobs in one package. We have not heard back from Destin yet in regards to a number, solid number.
That's gonna be a big number too, right?
No. Yeah.
Okay.
I think ultimately, our plan should be to get to asphalt roads. I mean, I travel the state a bunch doing all these chassis inspections, and I'm just blown away how I'm back in the backwoods and they're asphalt roads. But yet I come back here to home where we're not far from the city and all our roads are gravel. I don't know if they've had millages over time or how they've done it, you know, but my parents live in St. Helens, small little town, and their subdivision has been asphalted since the 70s.
Probably are a lot of millages, I would think, you know, but.
Probably one of our biggest complaints is the condition of our roads.
Well, that's, you know, wasn't too many years ago, that road budget was 100,000.
Yeah,
Maybe
we raised
it's
a
been
bunch
20
last
years.
year.
Then we got it up to 200, then we got it up to 300, and a couple of years ago, we got it up to 400. The auditor, you know, he talks a lot about our fund balance and that we should spend it. Okay, so now we got a big project coming up on Scott's settlement. It's in the neighborhood of $1 million, you know, and there's been some discussion in-house about how we're gonna pay for it.
Or turn it back to gravel.
So
Water won't
some
rush
folks
off
talk
into the
about
ditches there.
paving half of it with cash and paying the other half next year. Other people talk about doing a bond on it. But once we get the hard figure, we're gonna talk to a couple bonding individuals, see what their thoughts are. But so far as the 400,000 in the road fund, you're right, Mike, we didn't use it all, but I think the potential is there to use that plus probably more. So I hate to see it reduced,
But I don't think people pay a tax bill to put money in because you may spend it. I think we need to, if we haven't used it, I don't want it to appear to be a bait and switch. I mean, if we used another fund for it, great. That created a surplus. People expect services for every tax dollar they give us. So I think what you've got right here is kind of the ongoing month-to-month budget that, here's how the business runs. But it would be great if all these unknowns, the potentials that everybody has kind of semi-awareness of, those should all be itemized so that we aren't surprised by them. Because, a budget, it's not hope, it's a plan. And month to month, we want to run right on the money. And then if we have a list of potential derailers, if somebody comes along and says, well, you got to spend $1 million on Scott's settlement, it would be great if we already knew that, okay, if that happens, those funds will come from here and it'll be taken care of. You know what I mean? It shouldn't be, anecdotally, we think we got it or somebody remembered it. It should all be laid out. I mean, we should know what the potentials are. You can't anticipate everything, but there's a lot of institutional knowledge here on stuff that's coming down the road. So me being the new guy, maybe because I don't know all we use this money instead of that money, and that's how we got surplus. But surpluses are as bad as overages to me.
So that's kind of a homework assignment, I guess. Try to identify those contingencies that we may have looking at over the next 2 to 3 years, I think. If you include the S&A.
I think everybody knows them. I mean, Kim knows what might be coming with BSA. And Jenny knows if there's something in her horizon. Everybody has them. It would just be great to gather those and just kind of put a estimated potential cost behind them. And then just everybody's aware this stuff could happen. Because if you make a decision to do something else, forgetting that these other potentials are there, that's when you have a disconnect. Because then you do a want to do and then a must do comes along and you go, geez, I don't have any money for that now.
Which was exactly the reason they wanted to get this out for everybody and make them aware, because I did want to get that. So it wasn't a big surprise. I wanted to get that into the budget and make everyone aware of it.
yeah. Now getting back to Scott's settlement, I think that was originally a 3 to 5 year project. I think we're 2 years into it. I've been under the impression that maybe wrongfully so, but I've been under the impression that we were going to move forward and pave that road this summer. We don't necessarily have to do it this summer on a 3 to 5 year project. We could put it out another year. I don't know what the board's flavor is on it, but something to think about.
I think we need to see that number, for what it's going to cost us, and then bring it to the board and see where we're at.
Good to get it behind us.
I understand what you're saying. Okay, elections. Original budget was $58,236. Jenny reduced it down to $33,275. Okay, don't have an election coming up this year, I don't think, right?
Knock on wood.
Any questions on elections?
There's no elections for even localized issues. Isn't there something coming up in June? I mean, there's no election activity at all.
Well, that's why I said knock on wood. As of right now, no, we do not have anything scheduled for an election in Almont.
So the 33,000 is
change?
just a placeholder then?
Right. Because they still do maintenance, so I still have to, there's some cost to it. And then starting in May May, June will be a cost to it. But then if they add a special election, but we won't, like, as of right now, I don't have any, but could that change? Absolutely. But I wouldn't know until after.
So the 33,000 is kind of
just
a
kind of-
reoccurring
yeah.
automatic fee that we pay to keep the system alive type thing?
There's 11,000
Yeah,
for salaries.
I mean, I put money in like I put money in case there is a special election that we would, because special election doesn't have to do the 9 days early voting. So you just have the 1 day. If there was a special election, we would get reimbursed for all of that cost, because all that cost, like say if the school decides to do something, all that cost goes to them and they have to reimburse. I think they, in my opinion, they would be silly to do that just because they gotta pay, not just me, they gotta pay Dryden, because I can't take her voters. Like, it's probably a $50,000 cost to the school, so I don't see it happening, but I won't know until they file paperwork.
So of the 33K, how much of it is the ongoing, you said there's expenses and stuff, and how much of it is buffer just in case? I'm just trying to figure out, potentially, are we gonna have a 33,000 surplus at the end of the year if everything goes perfect? Or is it like 20,000 is programmatic spending and the other 13 is for what ifs?
I would say, this is just me guessing, I would say 15 is probably what we're gonna use. And then I did the extra 15 just in case for some reason there is a special election. We're not fumbling that we don't have anything budgeted there for it, if it happens.
This would be something that could also go into contingencies.
I agree, Rick. I mean, we can build it into the budget, or you just set it aside as a $15,000 contingency for special election cost or something. I don't want somebody to say we're not having any elections and they're still spending 33,000. That's all. If 20 of it or 15 of it is automated, like we have to pay for a service and it's an annual fee, I get it, that you got to pay it. But if it's 15 for a what if on a special election, particularly if it's going to get reimbursed, then it's kind of a phantom fund that.
Yeah, I just went off, like I went back, like this only goes back from last year's budget, but I went back to previous years when there was no budget. That's where I got those numbers from what they did previously.
As long as we're all aware of it, I mean, I'll go with whatever you guys decide.
We can make it a contingency. I don't have a problem with that. I just went off what was done in the past.
Well, the discussion is, the chances we won't spend the 33,000 in there. That's your concern.
Well, it appears that we anticipate having to spend it when in reality, we probably won't. If we do spend it, we'll end up getting reimbursed for some of it. So
Right.
I would itemize that separately in the budget and have that as a contingency. I would have the stuff that I know I got to pay in the budget and the stuff that I might have to pay identified separately. It's there. We can approve it in a contingency filing and just go from there. That's just me.
I'll make a note on it, Mike. Say this is a stab at it.
Yeah, I kind of look at the budget as, you know, you giving your kids money to go to the movies. If you give them $100, they're going to come back with nothing. If you give them $35 to get in and get popcorn and candy or whatever, they're going to come back with nothing. So we just have to be good stewards of the community's money. You know, if we have to spend it, I agree. But a lot of nice to haves, just, it pumps up the budget, which then drives the millage rate to charge the residents for our taxes. That's why we have a large fund balance.
That's correct.
Partially that, and because we weren't spending the money. You know, we weren't doing the roads and so on, and doing some of the things that we maybe needed to do. And I don't mind being stingy at times, but we have to do what we have to do, so.
I think the word you're looking for is conservative, not stingy. We're trying to use which we are trying to be good stewards of the money. I think we all have done that. But we're just trying to, the way I look at it, I try to balance this and work on this like I would my own house. You know?
Yeah, same thing. Yeah, but like we had a complaint on the Huff Road, how bad it is, went right off of Kidder. And here we've got money sitting in that fund balance. That money should be spent on fixing Huff Road, or at least adding limestone or right off of Kidder and down into that low spot. It's terrible. I mean, there's a spot over there off of Tub Spring Road, isn't it? It's still pretty bad, right off that, is a Wilcox Farm or whatever, right off of Vanden. It's
3 miles an hour,
absolutely
as
terrible.
fast as you want to go.
It's unexcusable. I mean, we have the technology to fix this stuff.
But we only go and do that when they do gravel hauls. We can't get on the phone today and tell them to go put limestone out there on Huff Road. Why? Because when they go, we do as thousands of tons at a time.
Mhm.
And they'll say, okay, we'll do that. If we call them up right now today, it'd be 3 times the amount to haul that in. Yes, I do believe that has been on our
Spot fix it, right.
to spot fix them. And when we do that, we go by the grader's suggestion that go out and grade these roads. They know where the bad spots are, they address it. Tub Spring Road, I'm sure, is on there. Huff Road has been brought up before about it's been there for a long time. So that's the way that they do it, and they usually do it like in August when they do our gravel haul for limestone. So,
Pay for it now?
huh?
Can we pay for it now?
To be done?
Yeah.
This year?
Yeah, right.
I don't
Can
know. We could,
right.
I don't know why we couldn't, but
I'm just saying, if we have that money left in the budget from this current fiscal year, would we be able to pay for it with delivery in August?
and I don't even know if they had the bids on that yet. Usually they have a bid sheet, they go over it. So, but I'm just, yes, there are roads out there that need it. I think we're aware of that.
Right.
Well, we used the ARPA funds to pay the bill at the road commission, and we ended up with a surplus there. So we got nothing out of the ARPA funds, nothing. We got savings. It went into the general fund. We got nothing out of that. That's kind of irritating. We should have spent it on something, being that it was the Biden bucks free money. I mean, I would have been fine with giving it back, but
Why would you say that? No, I think we spent it on roads.
Didn't we just say that we spent all
Spent it on
all that
roads.
money
We
on
didn't,
road
roads.
projects?
we did
Right.
not give money back, no.
I
It was
think what
from
Rick's
roads.
referring to is kind of the school funding. You now have lottery money. We're going to put that to the schools. And then the money that used to come from the general fund, we don't have to use. We keep that in the general fund. That's viewed as a bait and switch. It should have been, the ARPA money should have been in addition to what we would have normally spent. I think what Rick's saying is
I'm saying we should
we
have
used
spent
it
the
to
original
offset an
400 on
expense.
our normal maintenance and any upgrades, and then we should have spent the ARPA funds to fix Tub Spring Road and it would be done.
Like
Instead
above
of
and
using money
beyond.
to pay an existing bill that was coming in instead of generating a new bill. So, and
I
it's not just roads, it's
Yeah,
other things that
I
we could
agree
have,
with you.
we could have done the parking lot.
I
Right,
think,
we
I
could have
think the
done the
only
parking
reason we use the ARPA money though is because
Just to
you
use it.
had to use it by December.
Which is
And
doing
so
something just to do it.
We had to,
I-
otherwise give a
yep,
project, or
yep.
you give the money
Yeah.
back, so, but I mean, I don't have a problem using the money that's left in there to, if we can pay ahead to fix
We
those
could get
couple
them to
things.
go out there and do it, yeah, the
Right.
money's there. That's good. that
Yeah,
it is
I mean, I don't want to pay the 3 times the amount.
No.
That doesn't make any sense.
And the thing of it is too, that, we as a board are going to be looking at these funds that are left there. I mean, we can appropriate to the blacktop out there. This is the board. I mean, I'm not saying
Right.
do it or whatever. We need that number. So that's something that we're going to have to go address when the time comes.
I guess the question then, Randy, if we can't put gravel on these roads until August? Is that what you're saying?
That's when they do their gravel hauls usually. It's later in the summer.
Who's they? I don't know.
The road commission, whether or not we get processed gravel or limestone. Right now, I believe they said that they didn't even have a bid out because it hadn't been processed at the Ribble pit, which I think is over by Metamora. So they're not gonna quote, they couldn't quote us a price on it. Do you guys want any? Well, yeah. Well, how much? Well, we wanna know the price. I believe the limestone was, they kind of get a bid on that, and that's kind of following in with the blacktop. I don't know if they had it yet, because sometimes it comes out of Detroit at the dock, sometimes it comes out of Marysville, wherever they get the best bid. But normally, right now, they're so busy trying to maintain their roads from being wintered, to grade them, brine them, get them in condition, then they start doing their gravel hauls on different townships. So it's into the summertime when they do gravel hauls. They won't be doing it in May or June, very seldom July, then it gets into August.
I mean, having them come out and spot fix that section, they could do it. Yeah, you're gonna pay a little more for it, but it's just a small section.
Well, and I was just using those two as examples that I know that we get a lot of complaints about.
Okay.
But it just seems logically to me that you're gonna be repairing roads coming out of winter in the May, June timeframe, or April. And then to wait for gravel to be available in August, I don't follow that logic.
We could have the guy from the road commission come in and explain it.
But I would think Almont Township isn't unique to fixing roads in spring rather than late summer.
Gary,
That's all I'm saying.
yeah, Gary is right. They've been out spot fixing different areas of the community. They'll grade the road, you know.
They're grading
just-
it, but they're not adding material.
No, but it fixes it for the time being. It's not, you know, the road is definitely better when they're done with
One thing that we did bring
it.
up out by you, Dennis, Tubb Spring Road, there's no damn ditches there.
No, right.
They drove in the ditches for the smoother route,
Right.
you know, and that's what I told Jason. I said, that right by Wilcox is there, you know, they're gone. Everybody's driven out and Dave's coming in with it or whatever. So, yeah, we brought that up. I remember that.
The road's being widened right there.
It is. So,
Me, you and Gary drove around, 3 years ago or whatever it was, and we drove every road in the township and used a highlighter and said, this needs limestone, this needs ditching, this needs brush axing. You know, there's a plan out there.
I remember that, yeah.
Okay. Cemetery. It was 17.5. I moved it up to 29.7 due to the contract with Mr. Powinski. He's now doing 4 cemeteries. The 5,000 is for the spring and fall cleanup. That's above and beyond his contract price. It's written into his contract, I think at $2,200 a piece. So that's what I've got budgeted for the cemeteries, 29.7.
I think that might be a little on the light side, and
Okay.
the reason because of that is I believe we added the Ferguson Cemetery out there. There's, I think, to get it in shape, it might need a little bit more. I know, I believe you talked to Jerry and he's came to you about taking some shrubs out and some trees. And right now we have a limb that's on the fence I think there's some trimming.
Talking about painting the building.
Painting the building and so on and so forth. And I don't know if any of the other cemeteries need any of that. I had said something to Gary about I'd be willing to walk through with Jerry and Gary and maybe somebody else willing to do that to see what's really needed. But I just think that may be a little light. But that's just my opinion.
What kind of number are you looking at, Randy?
We talked about adding some trees at Scotch Settlement too.
Well, the Scott Settlement has still got its own $44,000 that we can use that money.
Okay.
We shouldn't use that money.
Yep, I
So
agree.
that's not a.
And that's something too that we need to talk about, you know, fence, tree, whatever.
Right.
Now we could get a hold of Jerry. So I told Gary, go out there, have him say where the road right of way is versus the graves and see where we could put something in there. That's,
Were you looking at 40,000? Give me a number.
oh no, I wouldn't be that much.
Well, I see, why do we spend 9250?
35,000?
We spent 9250 this year. So why is that?
Yeah, you got it.
We were budgeted 5,000, we've spent 90, we're anticipated to spend 9250. But then we're back budgeted at 5,000.
Professional contract service.
Did that,
We're already 4250 over there.
The professional contractors services maybe should be switched with the lawn and cemetery maintenance.
Well, that was the what is it, Semnify?
so is that for the cemetery program?
Yeah,
the
that's what I
computer?
think it was.
Oh, okay. That could have been.
Yeah,
I
I
think
think I was
that's-
gonna say that was
Yeah, And that-
about,
and that's a one-time fee, just to get Ferguson on board and get all the graves marked
So Randy,
and
I'll
everything.
increase it to 35,000. How's that?
I mean, I'm fine with that, but
Yeah, I agree with that. I think you're right.
that we're here as a board today to try to
Well,
hash
that's,
this all out.
right, that's what we're here for. So if 40 is too high, I'll put 35 grand in there.
Does that go under lawn and maintenance or under professional and contracting services?
And I'm not saying that just for the Ferguson, that's for all cemeteries money.
Probably goes
Right,
under,
that's for
probably goes under
cemeteries.
lawn and maintenance.
Right,
Right.
lawn and maintenance, right.
So you would up that one.
Medical first responders.
Back on the cemetery, what do we normally spend if we, how much was it to do Ferguson? Wasn't it like 7,000?
To do what, for the computer?
Yeah.
I thought it was the 9,000. It was really pricey, but it was,
All done now, right?
they are all done, yes.
So
Cemetery.
then do we need to budget the 5,000 for professional and contractual services?
Does that program work good?
It really does.
It does work good. It's still in transition, okay? It's as good as the input that's put into it.
Which, as a kind of a quick side note, Jerry came and probably talked to you about it. He had asked me, and I know if he hasn't talked to you about it, he will. There are things missing in Ferguson. There needs to be additional information put into the master plan of everything.
Needs to be remonumented.
So remonument. So we're going to have to go out and do a walk and make sure we've got everybody accounted for. And if they're not, then we need to add them.
Right.
So but we're getting there, but the program has worked great.
First responders?
29,527. I didn't change anything there. I don't.
In regards to first responders, I know the other night there at that meeting out there, Parcells was really upset that our first responders are not going on every call now.
Don called me the other day and he had a chat with, I don't know, one of his contacts up there at Med Control, and apparently they are gonna run us on those calls.
Okay,
Okay.
because I was gonna say, if that's cutting back,
And that all started out with Metamora. Hadley didn't want to. So he's instructed his dispatchers that for the rest of us who want that to be toned out,
Okay.
that we're gonna have it.
okay, good enough. That's fine, I don't see a problem there.
Didn't we just add two?
One is in training, which was Brandon Phillips, I believe, was one. He's not done with his training yet. And I don't remember if there was another one that came on board. Yeah, but that would really take away from Bob's run. You know, he wouldn't have to go, which
Just
he's gonna
switch.
go no matter what.
Right.
Well, is this something that Don looks at or MFR's looking at? Gary, or is it just?
I talked to Don about his budget and I said, you know, Don, are you in the habit of submitting the budget to the supervisor's office? And he goes, no, Paul is taking care of all of that. And I said, well, I'd like some input from you, from Don,
Right.
okay?
This would be one of them.
I haven't got that yet, okay? But hopefully I'll call him and we'll get something. A department head should always have a projected budget in his mind to submit to the governing body for approval. So why it wasn't done that way is just,
I think, yeah, let Don in on this and let him give a,
Go to the source.
yep.
we've got to adopt the budget, at our June meeting. So we do have some weeks left here to tweak these figures. Okay, I'll try to have them tweaked before Monday. If I don't, well, then we'll make sure they're tweaked by June. Planning Commission, I reduced it a little bit. It was 16,480. When you look at the money that was used and budgeted, we used a little less than that. But that's an area you never know how busy we're going to be or not going to be. So anyhow, that's the figure I came up with. Potential's there to be busier, I guess, with Pinecrest and possibly the development of that property across from Godo's Grain Dryers next to Paul's truck collision. But I guess we'll wait and see. Unless you folks,
We don't have contracts with Davis or Rowe. So it's if it's township business, then they build a township. If it's an applicant like Jimmy's Storage, then it goes through the fee schedule. So and I know that we're gonna be looking at probably all the ordinances now, and it's gonna be all at 25 into 26. That's what I'm predicting. But how much we use Rowe and Davis through ordinance reviews is unpredictable. The only thing I'm surprised at to see the training is only $430. I would have thought we spent more on training because it's mandatory for planning commissioners.
Follow up who's using it and
the conference and workshop was budgeted at $1,200 and we only used $430.
Yeah, see, I don't know if training falls into that or not because we pay MTA for.
right. And I also see membership and dues.
Yeah, that's gonna go up because there's some bills that are part of May's bills that are, until I cut the check, it doesn't include it on this.
Oh, okay.
So there was some people I know there was a few people that signed up for some stuff.
That's the same with the membership and dues because it's at
Membership
zero.
and dues, I just got that bill,
Okay.
and I think it was $750, so that'll be paid in May here.
Planning and Zoning Administration. Just gotta go to the next page. Original budget was 11,193. We spent 10,120. I did increase it to 12,200. I don't know what your thoughts are, but my thoughts are we're probably gonna get busier. Ideas, questions, comments?
Hey, looks good here.
Zoning Board of Appeals. Prior budget was 1,730, we spent 704. I punched it in as 1,930. Not sure if that's, being that we only used 704. What's your-
That'll increase too, because they just had a ZBA meeting So salaries are gonna go up and publishing will go
Right,
up for
right.
those. So I know we're only at 704 now, but that's gonna go up because
Okay.
I think they have another one scheduled too.
I don't know. I know they just had the
They
one.
just had the one, but I thought Ida said there might be another one, so that will probably increase the
Salaries, what, 300 a meeting, right? Because it's 60, there's 5 of them, right? And there's 6, you get like $60.
Oh, no, 50, I think it is. I think it's 50 now.
Is it-
There's a fee charged to schedule a CBA meeting, right? $400 or something.
It should
6.
cover everything. It's supposed to balance out.
I'd certainly like to see training increased. I think the board's gotta look at that. That's okay.
Advertisement on hiring new people?
Oh, yeah, because we'll go over budget on that training for
Right.
ZBA. I think I have 3 members signed up to go to Frankenmuth.
It's needed.
What's that, Mike?
I said, moving right along.
Okay, all right. Ordinance enforcement was 2,500, I moved it to 2,590.
You can zero it.
We spent 1,600 roughly.
On what?
Ordinance enforcement. That's Joe.
I think that we should think a little bit about addressing his support, his need for administrative support. Because right now, Ida types up his ordinance enforcement paperwork. He doesn't do that. So should we kind of put a line item in there to at least give her some sort of salary for doing that? Because right now, she does not get that.
Yeah, she basically is the secretary to the ordinance enforcement.
I mean, we could put a line item in here as part of a salary, perhaps a stipend, so that task, it's just addressed, because right now, she's doing it for free. And, for him, and I would like to see her at least receive some, a wage for that.
Would you refer that under, would it be a capital outlay? Salaries, if you want to,
Could we just add it into salary and give her what per month? I don't know.
stipend.
Either that or just some sort of administrative support.
Well, that would be obviously a board action here today for budgetary purposes. I mean, what kind of figure would we be looking at?
I don't know. I can think of, let me research it a little bit and see how much time she actually puts into it a month. And I can bring something back. I can update you.
Once in 1 year, average it out.
Yeah. I can get you those numbers, Gary. Give me a day or so.
Okay.
I'd like to revisit that whole ordinance enforcement, but now's not the time.
Is that, Rick?
I would like to revisit the whole ordinance enforcement,
Okay.
but
The
now's not.
program?
I mean,
The program?
well, yeah, I mean, it would probably affect the budget in some way, but
Yeah,
I mean,
okay.
there's very little, if any, that's going on. There's some
Bring that up at a board
paperwork
meeting.
flying around, but nothing's getting done. The residents are basically laughing at our enforcement.
Talk about that. Public Works, drains, public benefit. Prior administration had 14,000, we used 13,104. I left it at 14,000. Street lighting, I don't know. Jenny and I talked about that briefly this morning. Was budgeted at 15,000. We used $7,584. I left it at 15, but possibly we should reduce that. And
I would say you can probably.
That was all switched to LED.
LEDs,
That's
right.
why that went down.
I couldn't get into BSNA this morning, but I would say you could at least go down to 10,000. I mean, that's
Yeah,
only
that's
2
what
months
I'm
left. I
thinking.
want to say it's like 1,000. It's less than 1,000 a month. So.
Is this to purchase new streetlights, or is this the electricity
No,
and
that's
the maintenance?
The DTE.
Okay.
the use,
All right.
Yeah.
the use, right?
Do we have any plans of adding any more?
What's that?
Any more lights?
Well,
They just,
it's generally by petition, okay? I mean, somebody calls in and says, hey, we could use a street light here or there, and we kind of research it.
they put one up on Dryden and
Shoemaker.
Shoemaker, yes, thank you. And somewhere else they put another one up. There's 2 of them we put up.
Was it Sand Hill in John Square?
Maybe. I can't remember. I know the
I
one
think
was
them were the
Dryden
two.
and Shoemaker. So they did just put 2 up not that long ago.
Maybe an increase over that, right?
So 10 should be good then.
Well, when we looked up for the street lights, they were all at all the paved roads, all the intersections, and those were the 2 that were left that we just put up. So there isn't any other ones that didn't have street lights that we know of.
A 10K still gives you a cushion.
Right, it gives, well, 7, 8, I mean, it's probably another 2,000. You got May and June yet to pay those bills. But yeah, it would still give you a cushion at 10 instead of 15.
And is it, if we have them at the paved roads, is that just our roads, or does that include private roads as well? Because you got Blue Heron, Wiegand,
Yeah, I think
and
it was just.
Daisy Lane, I think it is, that come
in.
in to Almont Road. And I don't think any of those have a light,
No, I don't think so.
or Prunella. I don't think Prunella has a light either. Just Surrey, Glover, and Mackey. So, I don't know.
Scotch settlement.
Scott Element does, yeah.
You got private roads out too off of General Square out there too that you would,
Yeah, if you do
There.
private roads, you probably add quite a few on.
yeah, that would add a lot. I would.
So are we anticipating more public lighting? Maybe we should leave it the same then. I don't know.
We haven't got any calls in the office,
Right.
anyone
Okay.
asking that I know of.
Let's move on to the road commission, street department. We budgeted 400,000. It shows here we only spent 106,673. Which I don't know why I find that hard to believe, but I left it at 400,000. So, what's your thoughts?
That's good.
I heard from Mike.
Budgeted to do
now we
road
got
work,
six.
do the road work.
So now we got 600 grand put into the road,
Yeah.
right?
It's,
I mean, in essence.
And I think we should be, I mean, anyone that talks to me. How do we live here with all these dirt roads?
Right.
I know when I moved here and I called and I was like, I don't like these dirt roads. And they're like, oh, you live in the country now. I'm like, I've lived in the country my entire life. Birch Run, I can tell you one dirt road in the entire area.
One of the areas that we could increase, which is pretty straightforward, is the brining. We authorize 3, we generally only get 2. And there's times where we could use that extra brining. I forget what the cost was per, it's 20-some thousand, I think. But, yeah, there's a lot of, maybe the road committee needs to get together a little more often and look at some of the bad spots and get them spot fixed, like Rick brought up, or I don't know if,
But this is because of the ARPA funds, right?
I'm sorry?
This is because of the ARPA funds, we only spent 106?
Yeah, but did we So we spent
But like
200
Mike's argument was that we shouldn't have stopped, we should have continued.
Budgeted it, we should have kept spending all of the money that
Right.
was
So it
budgeted.
doesn't reflect the amount of work that was done on the roads, what I'm saying.
Right.
Okay.
But we didn't spend 290 in ARPA funds on roads, right? We're still short.
Some of it, I don't
Some
know
of
what the
it, whatever the
figure was.
remainder was, I'd have to look it up, what we spent on the road.
Just over
So it looks
100.
like we need a more active
Thought
road
so.
program. I hate to cut it back.
No,
So bad roads are a visible failure.
Right.
Bad roads are a visible failure. I mean, people drive them, people get annoyed by them. And if we have the funding, we should be spending it
Spending it.
so that
I agree.
they get the value that they paid for.
Understand we're dealing with a prior administration on what we spent, so.
We get that get out of jail card for about another 2 months, and then it's our administration. So I say going forward,
Right,
if we have the money, fix the roads.
okay.
fix the damn roads.
No, I will not use that phrase.
Are we all in agreement with that figure then, or
Which figure?
400?
I'm okay
That's
with,
fine.
I'm okay with increasing it as long as we do the work.
Right, okay.
Is anybody
Uh,
interested in increasing it?
What's that?
Is anyone interested in increasing it as long as we do the work?
Well, we increased it, what, a year ago? I
Mhm.
think it was a year ago. Prior administration didn't want to do it, but we did it. So, like you guys are saying, now we got to spend it. So we need a more active program maybe.
We either spend it or we give it back. We either
Either one. That's-
reduce the taxes to the residents or we give them.
The idea
what
is
they're paying
that's,
for.
you know, between the police department, the fire department, now you got your roads, you know,
Mhm.
everybody drives them, so.
Yep.
I'm not opposed to spending it, that's why we got it up there, so.
Sure.
So far as increasing at this point, I mean, that's, I don't know, that's,
I think a lot of what we do is where roads are failing, cross tubes are failing, traffic count's a big thing there that we use. We also use, the suggestions from the operators that are out there grading the roads where they know where the gravel's thin. So all of that, I don't have a problem increasing it too. I mean,
Can we get somebody who actually understands the scope of work and the cost to give us an estimate? If we said, look, we would like all of our roads in the next 3 years to look like this. We would like them all gravelled. We would like this, like, what is that gonna cost? Because we're just kind of guessing that, well, should we make it 500,000 or 400,000? I don't know if 400,000 does 10 miles of roads or 2 miles of roads.
right,
Can somebody tell us, this is what it costs per mile to upgrade a road from mud to stone? And then we can, figure out what the budget should be and put together a plan to progress it over the next few years.
well, Jason could give us a rough estimate on how much per mile it costs for limestone, I'm sure off the top of his head.
yeah, depending on your width and the thickness of it.
Right.
he'll-
But I know, like I said, a few years ago, we were discussing continuing the limestone program. Maybe we failed there. Maybe we need to
But
revisit
we were working with a limited budget.
that.
Right.
So, and also too, the bid was supposed to be back in the middle of April for Scott South, the asphalt. Engineer just texted me, it's still out for bid.
It's still up.
It's still out for bid. That came from Destin.
Well, I think maybe my suggestion would be to leave it at 400K right now. The road committee get back together and lay out exactly what Mike talked about. And then as long as we're not allocating more money than the county can work, you could exceed their capability of doing work too. So,
And their fiscal year ends October.
Right.
I think suggest we leave it at 400 right now. With the committee, because we got to finalize this in June, right, Gary?
Right.
Okay. So we got between the committee get together with the road commissioners and like Mike said, lay out some sort of a plan.
I think limestone would be your plan. I mean,
Yeah,
And-
and it doesn't have to be, can we limestone everything this year? It'd be
No.
nice to say, we've got a 3-year plan, and we hope by the end of that 3rd year, all the roads will have been fully limestoned and redone. What
Because
is that?
you got-
I'm making the numbers up. What does that cost? And then we budget it accordingly.
But you also
The-
have the ditching, the roadside
Yeah.
mowing, brining, all that stuff in there.
One of the things, just to be there, I'll use an example, Cochran Road. You were out there, looked at it, we got a raw water problem. Also needs gravel too. If you're gonna put gravel on the road, you better make sure there's a ditch there. It was, for that ditch, was a half a mile long, correct me if I'm right or wrong. It was one side of the road, it was $100,000.
$100,000.
Yeah,
Just that.
so I'm just saying that a lot of these roads, example out here on Tubb Spring Road, you can put all the limestone you want on there, but it's gonna go to hell because there's no ditch. We need a ditch first. And you could spend millions of dollars ditching the township to get it ready for gravel. So, and I wouldn't waste my time putting gravel on a road if it had poor drainage. You're just throwing your money away, I think.
So there's a lot of areas where we could spend them.
Yeah, we could have Jason come in and talk about everything there in regards, but,
I just want to be proactive.
right,
Reactive, oh, the road is bad, send out a truck.
Yeah.
Bucket. Let's have a proactive plan.
I agree.
Just
Okay.
Yeah,
I agree with Dennis, though. I think we leave it where it is until we come up with a program.
Yeah, we can't exceed their workload unless we're gonna privately contract for some of that work too. Like Randy talks about ditching. You know, road commissioners got so many hours.
And we can do a budget amendment if it needs to be increased at some point. So,
Maybe by June, we can have a realistic plan.
recreation and culture. Showed 21.5, they spent 17,692. I left it at $20,000. Our township contribution was 12,500. So, Dennis and Kim, I'm gonna refer to you. The Parks and Rec Board, I guess, came up with a number, right? That they would like another,
Well, they always would like additional funding, but I would like to propose that we double it from 12.5 to 25,000. And I gave everybody a list of the different things. One kind of goes over the different things that happen out there and how the parks are being utilized by the community. And the other paper goes over some of the different things that are needed and are on the list to be done. I think and Dennis, back me up if I miss anything. The park board, they operate on a shoestring budget. The 12.5 that they get from us is what they get from the village also. And that's literally enough just to keep the lights on and the place running. There's really not any leftover funding to do additional mulch or, some upkeep on the park pavilion. So that's what I'd like to suggest, and I'd like to ask Dennis if he has any thoughts on that.
You know, I saw this is the grocery list from Roberta.
Yeah.
For a walk through the park.
So you want the 12.5 to go to what?
25,
We're going to double it?
yes. And from what I understand, if we double, then the village will also match what we do. And I understand in the past years, the park has not been a real focus and a priority for the township. And there's been some feelings that have grown because of that. And I think we can really change that. And I know that we want to be seen as equal contributing members and let everybody know that we're on board and we want good things too for the park. Because the attitude and from what I understand, that wasn't always the case with the park.
how long have we been paying 12.5?
Then I don't know, but a long time.
And you say the village will automatically,
They will look at what we have done and they will, I would assume they will match it. But they wanted to stay with, they didn't want to be the one putting a lot more than us. I think they wanted to keep it on more of an even, fair contribution. And I can touch base with one of the village rep too, just to kind of get additional feedback from her on that.
Who maintains that up there now, mows it and everything?
I think
And that is, I can't believe that, I don't know, that they can maintain it, mow it cheaper than, I don't know.
it seems like a lot for grass cutting and for maintenance, but,
So for the village, they, they own the park, but, and I guess we share it, maybe we have partial ownership of it, but for them, there's green money, brown money, right? So you've got green money going out the door and you got brown money staying in-house. You got DPW guys that are sitting there. You're better to set them on a mower and cut grass than for them to just set and then you pay a company to cut grass. So while the number is they're lopsided, it makes sense for them to use DPW just like they did for DDA. They took all that work away from yard services. They took away all the snow plowing and maintaining all the flags and all that. The DDA did that. And they utilized guys that are already on the payroll, union guys that are already getting paid. So.
I mean, Rick, you've always been a big advocate for the park up there too.
I have, but I'm also an advocate of us having like our own park or a community park that you can actually see or get to or that kind of thing. So there's not much contribution from them to the ball fields. Actually, there's none.
so Kim, you're saying that the park group would be getting a total, in your opinion, they'd be getting a total of $25,000 additional, 12.5 from us, 12.5 likely from the village. And that'll go on in perpetuity because nobody's going to ever want to take it away.
You're
Is
probably,
that 25,000? I mean, that ongoing 25 grand is, I look at this law, do you think that's justified, 25,000 for the level of work that we're paying? I mean, I don't mind. I'll do anything to support the park and the people that
Right.
use it. I just don't want to throw a bag of cash at it.
right,
Doesn't really justify it. 25,000
right.
total seems a lot.
Well, it's an additional 12.5, and I think this would give them, it gives them some breathing room, and it gives them the ability to start to do more things and make the park more vibrant and robust and get people in there. And I think it would be well used. Dennis has sat in on the park board meetings. These are
I thought it was an
Very
additional 12.5 from us with the understanding that the village would likely come up with 12.5. So it's an
Correct.
additional 25.
that is correct. I'm sorry, I think I misunderstood you.
Yeah.
But you're right. It would be basically a total of $50,000 for the park board rather than the 25,000. If the village would match that, and I can talk to them about that.
Yeah, do you believe the items identified here, and I'm going on everybody else's judgment, would this warrant $25,000 a year to address these items? Is it a justified spend? Because it's going to go on in perpetuity. Nobody's going to take it away.
This is,
Are they trying to get a pickleball court? Is that what I
They're
heard?
working on redoing that tennis court. That's really ramshackle up there. I don't know if anybody's seen it. They're looking to redo that, make it a couple pickleball courts and a basketball court. And they're planning, and Mindy's from the village. They've had a big group up there. They planted daffodils all over last year. So those are coming up. Music in the park has just exploded. The pavilions, it's rented out all season. The bathrooms, they just redid the bathrooms and the kitchen, something they want to look at now also. And they've really worked hard. I think that they would use it wisely. I think it would go to benefit the community. I think it would be money well spent for our residents, I think that they would be on board with that. And the park, the mommies take the children up and there's lots of, the playground stuff and then the bridge and the big sledding hill, it's something that's used all year round. The ice rink is up there. Now, when that pickleball court, excuse me, when that pickleball court gets put up, they will not be able to put the ice rink on there. They'll have to relocate that, and they know that. But it's used all season. But this, and I didn't know if anybody knew this, but for the ice rink up there, they have skates you can just borrow up there if you bring children up there. I think I just want to encourage new ideas, things like that, in the community to use it.
So a lot of these are one-time capital expenditures. They're not reoccurring O&M costs. Is there, I have no, this is just me. I have no problem saying, okay, if we need to replace a broken window or parking lot or whatever it is, allocate the money to do that. My concern is that next year I'm going to be doing it again. And I don't have any assurance that the village is going to back us. We're hoping they would, but the 25 grand may get exhausted in the first year, but is that really, do you keep that run rate year after year after year?
There is a park plan. So why don't I get that information? I will talk to Mindy, who's like I said, the village rep. Let me have a real heartfelt conversation with her about what they see and what she, thinks the village would be looking at. And can we talk about, I'll bring that to the next meeting and I should have a better answer for you. But that's a good question.
Yeah, that'd be great.
I do remember when someone came in with a pamphlet there to go through on what they had. I think Mike was not here then.
Yeah.
We all got it. I think that would be nice to come in and show it to everybody again and what their plan is. There's some stuff on this list here that, it's like,
Fixing a bubble window.
well, and get a hold of
And the bubble window was like $500, I think.
For,
It was really expensive.
cleaning up something.
Yeah.
You can clean up a tree. You don't need permission from the DEQ.
Let me see if maybe a park board member will come here.
I think, Mike, your point is well taken.
Yeah, it is a good point.
There's a lot, I think the park is underutilized because of the lack of publicity. There's a lot of things the park board likes to do out there that I think there's, around the park. I think your point is well taken. I think that bridge needs to be, it has to be sandblasted and painted. That's a one-time thing, But I don't understand if we set aside 12.5 last year, and it says we spent 12.5. So how is it billed? If we set aside 25,000.
It's a check. It's just a check. It's just a donation.
Oh, it's a donation, so we don't track what they actually spent.
No, we can get the park board. We can look at those records, and we can just verify to ourselves that this is being spent wisely and correctly, and we'll do that too. But let me come back next week, and I should have a little bit better.
I'm fine. If it's a one-time donation to fix certain items that only need to be fixed once, that's great. But okay, what is your ongoing annual expenditure need? And then what is your one-time capital improvement need? Can we fund that differently? Because I don't want to have to reinvent the wheel every year and then we end up with a huge surplus in the park fund.
And they did have a park plan. I think that's exactly what you're looking for, to put everything down that they want to do. So I'll bring back.
When they've come to us in the past for overages, we've never turned them down for anything either. There was a match on, I know I was involved in the
Playscape.
Playscape. Yep, the Playscape. So they got a grant for like half the money, and then there was the residual that was left, and that got split between the township. We've never told them no. And to defend Paul on this, when he's asked them to come in, they don't have a list of things to do. They don't have a budget per se, a budget plan. And that's how this system works, is we have a budget and then we can allocate money to the budget if we approve that budget. They never really had a budget. They did start working on a plan. They've had a large turnover of people on the board specifically the chairperson, it was Andy Rose, then it was, I know it's Angie now, right?
It's actually Eric.
Okay, so
So,
there's another turnover, but
Yeah.
there's probably been 5 or 6 chairpersons through there. Bernie was there, in the last probably 7 or 8 years.
Yeah.
So it's
I'll
hard
get,
to,
yeah, we'll get the information and I'll talk to Mindy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, page 5, talk cemetery again. That is the budget for the Scotch Settlement Cemetery. Specifically, it shows a fund balance of 37,752. So Jenny and I were talking about, we have 4 cemeteries that one individual maintains. He's our sexton and lawn maintenance guy out there. To pay this money down for Scott's settlement, the money that came with the cemetery when we adopted it, we talked about taking 1/4 of Jerry's contractual payments out of that fund balance. And any improvements that this board wanted to do out there, such as trees or fencing, whatever the case may be, can be paid directly out of that 37,000. That money was for the perpetual care of that cemetery, but there's no point in just carrying it over for the next 10 years. We've already carried it for about 5. That's my thoughts on it. I don't know what you guys think, but that's where I'm going with it.
I agree. That when we want to do the fence and trees, we take it out
Yeah,
of
to
there.
take it out of there. I would still though leave it there for future use though. I wouldn't try to blend it with any other one, right?
It's separate.
It's
Yes,
separate.
that's what I'm saying. Just keep it there.
Yeah.
I do know the house cemetery out there has a very large, fund over there that someone had left behind. And they made,
So what are you saying, Randy? Don't pay that balance down?
oh, no, I
No,
say
it's-
pay
yeah,
it. Yes,
not
pay it
combine with
for any
funds.
improvements, but leave it that just there for the Scott settlement. Right? Is that what everybody?
It has to
I
be
agree.
because of
Yes,
the
okay, perfect.
specific
No,
for it.
got
I agree.
All right.
so you're looking at taking out the 1/4 of Jerry's bill for this one?
That's what my thought was. I don't know.
Yeah, that's what we said.
So we,
Before we.
Or
said
you
always
could,
just
you know,
make it
an
the
easier way to
general
do it, just,
cemetery.
what about ask Jerry, what number do you have on that cemetery? So that whatever he thinks he uses on that cemetery would come out. I know quarters.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, because that is a smaller one. That's a 5-minute job. Ferguson Cemetery's
so,
a day job. Webster's, half a day. Sand Hills, an hour.
Yeah, normally.
I would just ask him a percentage.
Yeah, normally it was budgeted as 5,000 a year for lawn maintenance cemetery in Scott Settlement.
I would just ask him a rough percentage of what it would be and then just kind of take a percentage out of that check.
Yeah, he spent $1,550 to date.
You're talking his sexton job or his mowing? Just a sexton job?
Lawn and cemetery maintenance.
Okay.
When he does anything over there, that 1,500 is what is coming out of there for his sexton, because that gets billed separately. But lawn and maintenance, how it was set up, I just followed what I was showed, and it all came out of the regular cemetery, not out of Scotch Settlement for lawn and maintenance.
Miscellaneous is the sexton work.
But I mean, if we're gonna do the trees and the fence and all that, you're gonna probably use up that fund balance pretty quickly.
Okay, fire fund, page 6. $89,154. Original budget was $90,154. Activity was $61,458. Like I said, I'd like Don to look at these numbers. I guess Don and I need to get together, but I'd like to have him have some input. He is the chief. So,
It's hard to argue with any of this.
right.
Right.
Firefighting, he showed at 71,596. I mean, I'm thinking Paul at some point had to sit down with the chief, but according to the chief, no, so I don't know.
Well, I would give a copy to this to Don and have him look it over and be at our meeting maybe.
Right.
Are we talking about this Monday?
Well, we have another budget hearing Monday, prior to the board meeting.
Yeah, would invite Don to be there.
Right.
And have this in his.
Right. Police fund on page 7. Contract was $451. Like I indicated to you earlier, I did some numbers here. They're in contract negotiations. Apparently, according to the current police chief, we used to be the highest paid village department in the county. Now we're the lowest. So they're trying to get a substantial raise. 2 mills under the current taxes that are taken in would generate $525,000. But I don't know where we're at yet with their raises, so
When would we know this?
we're not gonna know it for probably at least another month would be my guess.
So what happens, Gary, if this comes back and exceeds the 525K?
What?
If the contract proposal from the police department exceeds the millage generated 525K?
Well, I guess then you're gonna do a contractual budget amendment, I suppose.
Would we raise the millage?
Huh?
Would we raise the millage?
Well, that's the other option. Because it is, yeah, you would have to raise the millage.
It's 2 now, right?
It's two,
Correct.
Right,
It was 2.25, they
Yeah.
lowered it.
yeah, you would have to raise the millage, Dennis, right?
Tracks their spending and stuff. I take it the village has all the figures on
I would hope so.
what they're paying every month. Is that something that we could ever,
Oh, I'm sure we could
Take
get
a look
copies
at.
of it, yeah. I told the chief, I says, normally these things are held pretty close to your chest when you're in contract negotiations. Give me a little peek at what they are so we could put something together. But we haven't got any of those figures yet, so.
So is their contract up at a certain time? Or are they trying to renegotiate their contract right now?
I haven't heard that nobody said anything to me about renegotiating the contract, but the numbers, depending upon their pay raises, would reflect our cost.
Well, because the timeline doesn't match ours. Is there anything that could be done with the timeline, whether it's ours or theirs, or if they don't do their negotiation until after our
I
budget,
have the contract.
we're kinda-
No, I don't have the contract with me, but
we're kind of held to the fire at that point. We just have to raise the millage. And just
right. I'll ask them. I'll sit down with them, see what they got going on.
Yeah, I guess he's got this plan, Gary, where he wants to increase staffing levels as well.
Say that again?
This is his 2024 year in review, and he talks about increasing staffing levels and plus other equipment advances. So I don't know. We need it.
We could end up light.
Exactly. Right. Yeah.
So that part of the budget, I can't really, we can't really solidify until we have those numbers.
Right, exactly. But we're only gonna generate 525?
At 2%, right?
Right. Okay.
Page 8. Why they call this public safety, but it's the building department. Another very controversial topic it's been lately, last several years. Last year's budget, 116,550. Activity to date, 100,166. So I'm showing an approved budget of, or I'm showing a suggested budget rather of 115,350.
We don't have anything budgeted for office supplies on this one. No, the 1,200 I think is workman's comp. If I'm, is it, let me, hold on, my lines might be.
Yeah, you're right. Office supplies, 1,200, right?
No, that's your work.
Huh?
It was workman's comp. There's,
That's office supplies.
no, hold on.
We're both total.
Yeah, they're both 1,200.
Yeah, but she's saying for the 25, 26, you don't have anything budgeted for office supplies over there.
Oh, yeah.
1,200, do you think?
That 1,200 jumps it back up to what it was this year, so it's flat, that's all.
Is that what you guys are thinking?
Yep.
You spent 4,000?
They ordered a bunch of filing cabinets
Oh,
and stuff.
How did they do that?
That changes it to, well.
I haven't let them spend any money since.
Since
Since they went over budget, I put a stop to any spending.
we closed down a project or two that was ongoing that we,
They.
They.
Define they.
Oh, the building department, I told them they couldn't buy any more supplies.
Such as, who was doing this?
Well, I think Ida's the one who ordered the extra filing cabinets and stuff, but that
I was just wondering,
Yeah.
I didn't know if
I think Ida ordered them.
Paige or Joe or what, them were the only,
Oh, Joe doesn't. I know when Paige started, she ordered a lot of stuff when she first started. And
nickel
then-
dime stuff though.
Yeah, nickel dime
Yeah.
stuff. It was the filing cabinets that
Okay.
were a lot.
And they're now full. I moved every damn one. Okay, so explain down here, and I know I've asked this before, rent. Explain rent.
So I know before you guys, it was discussed at one of our meetings about not charging them. When I took over, that's what they've always charged per year. They charge for that room of $3,600 a year to the building department.
if I remember right, the reason that was done is because their fund balance was so high that we were, and because you remember the same thing, and because they're supposed to be self-supporting, we thought that would make sense because it would be a way hopefully to adjust some
It's
balances.
$300 a month. They
Yeah.
can't rent that space anywhere for $300 a month. It includes heat, light, gas, all that.
How many years did that go on, you think?
Since it's been implemented, probably
5,
Probably
6, 7 maybe? Right.
It increased at some point when that's 19. I know,
I understand.
so it probably 20.
I think it's
One.
always been there and it just got increased.
Yeah, it
because
was
Yes.
always
because of the
there, but I
fund
think it
balance.
increased maybe in 21.
I could, I believe you're
When I was the
right.
deputy.
Yeah, I
before,
believe you're right.
that it increased.
It was always there,
Yes.
but the increase.
So does it make sense to charge the building department rent?
My opinion, no.
We don't charge the
I-
assessor rent, he's a contracted employee.
And we took the permit, there from $80 to $70 to try to lower that down too.
Okay.
Then all of a sudden, the permit fee went away, right? I don't know, I just. Wasn't there a $80 charge for a permit fee that was paid to the permit clerk?
That was paid to Ida.
Then wasn't it reduced to 70? Yes, because of all the extra money. And is there a fee now that the permit clerk receives?
No, she's paid hourly.
Right, I understand,
So it was eliminated.
yes.
Right.
But you know, that since the change, there is a separate office now for planning and zoning. And the building has its own office, so, I don't know. In your point, Gary, we don't charge, like, how far do we go with that? I don't know.
I guess I'm a little confused.
I don't agree with it personally,
I don't either.
so.
I mean, are we gonna something?
Right.
A charge plan.
Right. That's my point, like, are we really gonna do this? This is kind of a
I don't
little
care if you
bit
get rid of it or
much
not.
now.
Well, it's an allocation of funds, right? It's still the same, it's again, like the Brown money, it's just moving money from the building department to the general fund.
Yeah, isn't this money generated by their fees? So it's not a township budget money. The township isn't giving them $116,550, right? Are those the money that's generated from their fees?
Well, since it's supposed to be a self-supporting office, that is correct.
So I
And so
would
again,
imagine
that's why.
We charge them $3,600 a year so their balance comes down? Is that the right logic? I don't agree with that logic.
Right, no,
Unless
I'm,
we're gonna charge the assessor.
right, and I'm just explaining why they did it. Then could we,
It was implicated by the old administration, I believe.
So what's the right way to do it?
What's the right way to do it?
The right way to do it is for us not to pay our half side of the building to the village. Same logic. It's the exact same logic.
I would think that Joe, I mean, if that's a standalone budget, if it's a self-supporting entity, his income is supposed to be paying his health, his office supplies, his wages, all generated by permit fees. I don't quite understand what we're doing here with his budget.
So somewhere on our income statement, there should be $116,550 of income showing, right? If it's self-sustaining, I mean, they were saying that's what it costs to run this place. There should be an offsetting revenue if it indeed pays for itself. So you could charge whatever you want for rent if the revenue compensates it. I mean, we're kind of taking from one pocket, putting it in the other. That's
that's,
what it seems like.
well, I think you're right.
That's just-
That's,
If we're paying salaries out of the general fund.
Yeah.
Right, then why can't we charge rent for where they sit?
I don't want
So-
to buck history. I'll go along with whatever you guys think is.
so if the income and the permits are up and the fund balance starts to build again, how do you suggest we address that? And I think that's where we were
The permit
back,
fees?
the permit fees, we can
That's how
adjust
I
that.
think- I think we do it to the residents. We lower, if the revenue goes up, then we would lower the per permit fee so that the building department stays at net zero, but the the residents are still getting their services. But at that point, if it grew exponentially, we may have to add people, right? So that, then it wouldn't be that where you would lower the fee, you would add on another person.
Right.
I think we're gonna have to deal with this at some point anyways, because we've had somebody that's been working almost for free for 30 years. We're gonna have to deal with that at some point, because we're gonna lose the backup plan who's working right now.
If you guys want to remove it, I don't have a problem with that. I just ask that we keep an eye on that balance. And if it starts to build up, again, there's no, if, just so that we watch it, if we think it's too high, if we see a trend, then we'll have to adjust the permit fees, because it can't continue to build because there's no, there's really no way to address pulling money out of there for other things. I mean, they're charged for their copy machine, right, Jenny? So they are charged things like that, and we do pay, the township does pay the rent on the whole building. They occupy a portion of the building.
Services.
Computer services, they pay their portion. So, I mean, it's up to you guys.
Let's decide to decide. What are we gonna do?
So does the township pay the village for this building?
Yeah,
We share the expenses of the building.
right.
Is the township paying rent to occupy the building?
Not rent, but
No,
we pay a portion of it. We share it. So we pay,
Because the building's paid for,
yeah.
Yeah, I would think it would be.
but we put,
so what do you think, Dennis, on the rent faction here?
It just seems odd that we have a building department that provides service to the community, and we're charging that building department to rent that space to provide services to the community. It just, I can't understand that. I can't follow that.
If that was construction code authority in there, as a substation, it might reflect differently,
Right,
right?
it might,
We're calling this the Almont Township Building Department.
yeah.
As long as,
But
excuse me.
I feel the rent should be, no, we shouldn't be charging rent.
If it was construction code authority though, there would be no net zero at the end. They could essentially make a profit, right?
Right,
He can't.
right.
So I mean, if he makes a profit, I think that profit comes back to the township. Construction code authority would be a standalone contractor, and
Right.
they would charge a fee, and we'd say, yeah, we charge you rent. And if you make extra money, well, I guess you've made extra money. It's a little different arrangement.
And the town, that's why we had to be so careful. And it's just a balancing, because the fees have to be high enough to provide the entire funding to support it.
Right.
But you don't, and you can't have the township fund it.
Right.
Because that's not fair. Why should other people have to pay for building permits for your house?
Well, it's a service that we're providing to the community as
Right,
a whole.
well, right, I see what you're saying, but that's why, it's just a fine balance, so that's what
Right.
we were trying to keep it balanced.
But this is a budget, so what this budget is telling me last year, that the board anticipated the fees to generate $116,550. I have no idea how you can predict that in a building department.
Right.
But, I don't know, this is a stumper.
I would like to get a report, if we could, that just shows what kind of money was actually generated through the permits, and that we should easily be able
Joe
to
would
get
like
that.
would like the same, be able to balance his budget. That's,
Well, he is able to access all his reports.
yeah, so I think that's what seems to be not connected.
All right, let me make a note. So we would like the report that shows what the actual income was from the permits,
We
what was
pulling-
actually
we pulling
brought
the-
in.
We pulling the rent out of here? Is that the general consensus?
Maybe after we get the report, I mean,
Okay,
it would-
all right,
let's
after
just
we get the report.
let it be a placeholder for now, but
Yeah, I mean, if we're subsidizing this,
And we can't, we legally can't subsidize it. They have to do their own,
we don't know that number.
we do not know, no, we'll get it, I'll get it
Taking in
today.
90 grand and we're spending 100, then we're subsidizing it.
We subsidized the building department in the past when the state was gonna take it from us. We found out that it was legal to do so, but they had to pay it back. So,
And I don't know how our fees compare to surrounding communities. I have no idea.
There was a study done 2 years ago, right?
I think so.
And the fees were adjusted. But it should be something that Joe should be doing on a regular basis. One, to manage the budget, since it's a net zero entity. But two, just to make sure that we're either on par or what we're doing to,
Yeah, so it's no different than the fire department or the police department. To me, he knows better what his budget is. He should.
all right.
I'll get that report, I'll print it.
Page 9 is the ARPA. That's been zeroed out.
Right.
There was some discussion, I guess, I don't know if now's the time or place. Kim, or Jenny, you passed these out. Are we discussing that issue today?
I guess,
Or-
just because we're talking about budget,
Right.
like, our, like, for, wage increases. I mean, I put together a spreadsheet, they went like 10 years with not one increase, not even cost of living. So Kim and I kind of just put together a little spreadsheet showing where where it would have been if you just gave, so in the last 5 years, the average was 4.32. I just did 3% because I figured in previous years it was probably lower. So that third column that's bolded, if they would have just gave the cost of living every year, the salaries would have been higher than what we are paid now. And that's the problem with why we're one of the lower ones in the county compared to all the other clerks, treasurers, supervisors and stuff, because we did go for such a long period with never giving anything. We also talked about maybe do we get a like if we don't want to do a salary increase type thing, do we do a stipend for certain jobs that are not part of our statutory duties? So I don't know what everyone thinks on any of it. But if we're gonna do a budget, and I mean, I feel like we should talk whether we're gonna do any type of raise and
So what
put that
is this?
into the budget.
What is this as I'm looking at it then, Jenny? 7.5, 10% overall? According to,
If we want to do a wage reset so that we are more comparable to the county, I mean,
so.
to me, I feel like in Lapeer County, we should be on one of the higher ends. We have the second biggest population in the county. So for the treasurer, that's way more tax bills she's taken in and doing than a lot of other people. For me, it's the registered voters. You know what I mean? Like, it's a lot more work for us as far as other people in the county that are making a lot more. We don't have a pension. So I would just like to be more in the middle. I'm not asking to be at the top in Lapeer County, but
so
Why
I
doesn't everybody look over her charts? I don't think we have to necessarily make a decision today, correct?
no, because we were talking about budget,
Right.
if we're gonna, you know what I mean, to get that change.
So I'm going to go back to a conversation that we had. I think it was the first meeting that I attended, and Rick made a recommendation about an HR committee. And I have watched where we have not had clear processes on hiring and on raises and on things like that. I really do believe there should be a subcommittee, and it doesn't matter who it is. I'm happy to serve on it. I know Rick talked about being a part of it, but there should be a defined policy for how we bring new people on board, what their starting pay should be, what the progression might be, how we go about interviewing, how we go about posting positions. All of that should be very consistent across the board, not episodic. Like as somebody left, we had to hurry up and run to the bar and find somebody. And we promised this person a job, but we're not really going to offer them a job until it gets approved. But all that, there needs to be, I think, a structure to how that's done. And in terms of evaluating pay, we should have the board should be able to agree on a benchmark that says, we want to be at this level, and here's how we benchmark against other entities, and we'll track it. And then, nobody should have to come hat in hand to the board with spreadsheets saying, I think I kind of might need a raise, because it's embarrassing when we have to push back. All these numbers I could push back on. I could say, well, if this is a clerk salary, do these clerks, what is their hourly wage? Okay, if they're working less hours, they're going to have a lower salary. And do they have a deputy? And how many hours is that deputy contributing? And how much there's a lot that goes into that. So I really think I would feel far more comfortable if we had a committee that could flesh all that out ahead of time, bring it to the board and say, here's when we consider adjustments, and here's the basis for which we consider them, and here's how we hire people, here's who we interview, or here's who we don't.
I would agree with you.
I just think it would make it much easier on everybody.
So you're the chairperson. You'd be the
I'd be happy to do it. It'd take 2 weeks, and it'll be a policy you can all look at to say, here, does this make sense?
Didn't we look at that, and we could not form a subcommittee for salaries
Elected
without,
officials,
yeah,
but we can at least say, here's the data that
right.
it should be based on. Okay, is it countywide? Is it statewide? Is it, whatever it is, there should be a
Yeah.
process.
And I do not disagree. It would
Yeah.
certainly make it more, streamlined
I mean,
and a lot,
Same thing for nothing against whoever the new permit clerk's gonna be, but she's coming in with no experience, making the same amount that my deputy's making, who's been here for 2 years.
I don't
So-
disagree.
I think that needs to be, yeah.
That's on us.
I
We're the
don't
boss.
disagree,
I would,
buddy.
Right. We're the
make
boss.
Mike the chairman and pick your committee.
Mike,
I thought you had to I didn't think that members of the
Yes.
board could form the committee, though. That's the only problem. Because
It's-
I always thought that was a good idea.
This is not a salary commission. A salary commission, that would have to be people off the board if they're making a decision on how much we pay the clerk or the treasurer or the supervisor. I'm talking about employees of the township, and the board can be on that. Board members can be a part of that. But we can't be a part of a committee if we decide we're going to have a salary committee for the elected officials. That we can't be on that committee.
So what you're proposing is that this committee would just address the employees.
It would address the employees,
Okay.
and then it can make a recommendation because we can decide on salaries as a board. It can make a recommendation on, here's the data that would determine whether or not it's worth considering. This is the data set that we would use. This is what we would look at. Here's best in class practices, and this is what we do. Rather than just kinda, right now, I'm not sure what process we've used in the past. I just think it would give everybody a little more comfort.
I agree. I
I
do.
agree with you, Mike, too, and job descriptions, so that somebody gets hired, they know what they're supposed to be doing. And now, Jenny just added a comment that I didn't know was going on, duties that are beyond the statutory requirements that you guys do. I didn't know that. that would be part of it too. Job descriptions, is that what you're thinking, Mike?
Yeah, Human Resource Committee.
Exactly.
Are you able to do that, Rick?
Yeah, I could probably be on it.
I volunteer Kim to do that.
I would like to be on it. I've offered before. I
Good.
thought that
think
we
it's long
needed it
overdue.
for a while.
I think it's long overdue.
Well, if you guys are willing, I'd be happy to pull that group together and begin just kind of hashing through what would make sense. I think it would help everybody. It would just, we wouldn't have to reinvent the wheel, or we're not going to create a gap where all of a sudden people are going to question what we did and why we did it. It would be nice to say, well, here's the policy we followed. Here's the data that we use. Here's, it would all make a little bit more sense. I don't know.
So there would be no more 10-year gap of no increase for anybody.
What Jenny was saying about cost of living.
Yeah,
Well, I brought this up a few years ago
Yeah, we
regarding
talked
where my
about it.
parents live.
yeah.
Where no one wants to give ourselves a raise up here, right? We all do this kind of, some of you do it as an employment, but, we necessarily don't. So it makes it challenging to do, but same thing, they kept it, it was like $20 a meeting kind of thing, just a menial, the village, they work for free. So, but what ended up happening is they gave themselves a raise, and it was like a 20% raise. So it went from like $20 to $24, and it was a 20% raise. They recalled the whole board.
We used to have the
At the
annual
end of the
meeting
day.
that's how raises got at an annual meeting. The
Yeah.
community came in, and we had Mr. Lee out there, and he granted, I think, everybody $1 raise per year.
Jenny, I'm trying to understand, on the left-hand bottom of the page, FOIA website, notary, cemetery, HR coordinator.
That
What is
per
that?
week,
Who gets- Oh, is that for the,
that in the very bottom where it says like
Yeah.
19 a week, we just took whatever this up here was, like the stipend, and divided it out by 52 weeks. So I do FOIAs, I'd get an extra $19 a week to do FOIAs.
so that's over and above your statutory requirements? That's what you were talking about?
Yeah, FOIA's not, the clerk usually does do it, but it's not my statutory duty to do FOIAs.
And just so everybody knows, both Jenny and I are notaries, and we do not charge residents for this. So it's a nice service for our residents when they come in.
Okay.
And there have been times when we've literally had to go for,
Hour and a half the one time.
yeah,
We
and
sat there signing.
to
witness
notarize.
and notarize.
Really?
Oh, yeah, they had a whole binder.
Yeah,
But this is charging everyone.
well, it's $20 a week, or if we didn't have a notary here, then
I'm just saying, it's not free.
Well, it's free.
it's free
for
to the
residents.
residents.
It's free to our residents,
Yes.
but all the residents are paying for it.
Right.
If it's broke out separately as a line
Right,
item,
I see, yeah.
Yeah.
So are you, on your chart, Jenny? So you're saying at 2.5%, the wages would go, looking at yours, clerk, to 46.8?
Yeah.
Or the other option is 50,003? What are you?
So we were saying if you just did cost of living at 2.5, it would be that. If you want to do a wage reset to bring us up more in the middle of the county, then it would be that total of 50.
I see, okay.
Then we included a stipend for cemetery for Gary, for the supervisor also, because that is not part of his statutory duties. And he's
For the position.
for the position, right? And, he's on call,
Yeah.
24/7, and that's,
And
that is a value right there,
Oh, yeah,
and,
totally agree.
I think just because you were saying depending on what hours, I think Metamora works 32, and I think There's someone else that I think is more hours than we are, but we're right there with everyone. I mean, a lot of them are, I think North Branch is 8 hours a week.
So when I looked at it, the hourly wage for Almont, out of 11 townships, I mean, we were ninth. We were kind of in the middle on a
Right.
per hour.
But when you look at, I'm looking at more than just that, because most of the only one that beats us is Mayfield. They're the only ones that may have more residents than we do, or more voters. And I think you have to take that into effect.
Sure. And you also have to take into account, is there a deputy?
Yes, they all have deputies.
And how many hours does the deputy work? I mean, there's just, you got to
Yeah,
look at all pieces of the
Oh.
formula and then say, okay, what's fair? That's all I'm saying.
most, I don't know on treasurer's deputies, I would say most of the clerk's deputies work 2 to 3 days a week. Almost all of the clerk's deputies do. But I couldn't say what treasurer's deputies work.
Pretty much the same.
would
I would
guess.
agree.
So Rick, you'll be a part of the committee? And Kim,
Sure.
is that okay with everybody?
Rick and Kim and.
Yeah.
So that's for an HR committee, so that handles building department employees, any employee of the township.
It will, yes, but it'll be recommendations on the elected positions. The others, it can become more policy.
Because it would be nice to avoid this.
Right.
It's just like,
Well, because there was the building department committee that
I
morphed
know.
into there was the building committee that morphed into the building department committee at one point in time. Is that still gonna be the case? Will there still be a building department committee?
I don't know why there would be. It's kind of outgrown its initial intent, I would think.
I guess we'll just look at it, Rick. We'll make some recommendations, and we won't, everything that comes out of the committee, as long as you guys agree, is going to be recommendations. You know, I'm not gonna establish policy. It's gonna be, here's the data, here's what would seem to make sense. You guys can all decide if it makes sense, but if we all finally agree that it does, and we're comfortable with it, we don't ever have to walk through the quagmire of, oh my God, what do we do now? You know, or we didn't pay somebody enough, or we brought somebody in and we made somebody mad and we have to, it should just be really easy.
Agreed.
Okay.
That should
Mike,
include-
you wanna go over that briefly?
Oh, yeah, so when we
I just-
finally,
One more question on that. Given that the township is open 4 days a week, has that functioned enough for the community? Or are there been problems with should we be open 5 days a week? Cut the hours down per day? I'm just asking
So,
for that committee to look at that. You gotta know whether you're working 4 days.
so we used to be open 5 days a week.
Yeah,
The problem was on that Friday, most residents thought we were closed because the village is closed.
oh, okay.
So the village is they're open 4 days, 7 to 5, they're open each day. So
So they're open all day.
So there was times I came in on a Friday and I would sit here all day, the phone would not ring and not one person would come in. So to me, it didn't, or if they did come in, it would be someone that wanted to pay a water bill. And then I'd have to turn them away and they're mad because I can't take their water bill. And I would have to explain we're two separate entities. I can give you an envelope and you can put it in their Dropbox, but I can't process your water bill.
Right.
So that's why we went to 4 days, is to be on the same schedule as the village, because it was less confusion for the
As far as you know,
residents.
4 days is working.
Yes.
Okay.
And I just want to bring this up, though, your committee that you are, I mean, everything here, I got it. Over here, you get to the trustees, and there was nothing down over there other than, I just went 16 years, trustees went in here with
Right.
Mhm.
That's
nothing.
what I'm saying.
I just
Right.
think in all fairness, if you're gonna do it for
Just
three.
Oh, I totally agree. It should
Yep,
be-
Okay,
absolutely.
Well, got it, thank you, goodbye.
This, and no, I mean, this was for discussion, just to get us rolling
I
anyway.
got it, I get it.
But I will say that the optics of this doesn't look great.
As far as,
That the fact that this is blank,
huh?
that the fact that this is blank.
Well, since we're all right here, what are you guys thinking?
I wasn't thinking. I accepted this job as an elected position
Right,
based on this amount,
okay.
right? But, I mean, this is,
So are you-
this is like 20% over here. I don't know. In some ways, it's offensive. That's all I had to
You
say.
just wanted the trustees, you wanna,
Well, it's just
I
not
think
even, it's not even considered.
there's a
The
stipulation.
same math isn't even applied. The same theory that was
Well,
used
that's
Just the
down
why
here.
bottom
it might-
portion, the top.
Right,
portion.
right.
It's gonna be addressed.
It was just because
Yeah.
we were talking to other
If we're
clerks.
throwing-
That's all,
Us, the
yeah.
dogs, we're bones.
I think there's some discussion in the red book about trustees or even clerks, treasurers, supervisors being paid for extracurricular duties. I'd have to look that up again, but I think it's in there. Serving on committees or whatever is above and beyond they would normally do. So that's, yes, Rick, that is, the trustees are to be included on this
Mhm.
pay raise.
Well,
Right, we just.
We
didn't
have
know.
a committee of three
Right.
that's going to address it. That's,
Yeah.
Right, this was just to
and
start
the
a
story.
discussion.
I just
Right.
brought it up and
Yeah, the reason, because I called different clerks about stuff, she called different treasurers, so that's why we put that. We didn't call anyone and ask
It wasn't
about
an
trustees.
intentional.
No, it
Nobody
wasn't
did
that,
it
it was
on
just, we
purpose.
didn't call asking about other trustees.
But the data already exists. There's a spreadsheet that we had that was handed out a couple months ago that had everybody on there. And it shows their existing pay.
Right, but we didn't, this down here is
There's data
just like
there for mathing.
stipends.
I'm just venting.
Work through it.
And honestly, the job, because I've done both jobs, the job of a trustee and the job of the other, it's different than, what we're doing here every day. It's a different
Well, right now,
fit,
we've got a lot of involvement with trustees,
for sure.
more
Yeah.
than we've had in many, many, many years past.
That is
So-
very true.
So
Yeah.
that is something that should
Yeah.
be considered.
yes, I
Very true.
acknowledge Dennis for solar,
Yeah, Yeah.
et cetera there, same for Mike. I mean,
Yeah.
It's just,
The beat
me, I'm
program,
just at the bottom here, so I.
the ball game, the ball field, so on and so forth.
it's
I mean,
been a lot.
By
It
the
really
way,
has.
I went by there and I think it looks great.
Looks
Does
great.
it?
doesn't it?
All you guys that worked really hard on that, I applaud that because me not having children, I don't typically go that way,
I don't
I'm
have
trying
children
to
up
cut
there
through the
playing on
car
it either, but you know what? The way I look at it, Rick, the kids, if they're up there at the ball field, they're not at home playing on their computer.
Well, I 100% agree. I
That's
think,
where,
it's just something, and the same with the park. I sometimes forget about the park because we'll go there for music in the park, but it's not like I'm taking kids or in my case, grandkids. I'm not taking them there, so I'm not seeing it on the day to day. I mean, when I went over there and helped, assemble the playscape and stuff like that, we did see things like the benches and all that and the Eagle Scouts. They repainted them and you get to see those things.
the other day up there, Saturday, it was, the kids were just, I mean, the look on their faces was like, wow, look at this place, It was a dump before.
So now Mike wants AstroTurf, I heard.
Oh, yeah.
Your idea.
I did tell him that.
By the way, a bill has passed the House to return local control back to the communities,
Yeah.
but you gotta go against, I think you still have.
Yeah, I seen that.
I saw that.
Whitmer will kill it.
Yeah,
She's
kill it.
trying to get on Trump's team now.
Yeah.
So let me go over this, Gary.
yeah,
This document I gave you guys all this does is it very mechanically, when you get a budget report, so let's say every 2 months, if Jenny was to run the same report we just walked through. So look at the page that Gary has his writing on the side of. Those are kind of the key items that we track, in terms of, the general fund. All this spreadsheet does that I gave you, it says, okay, what was the budget and what is the spend to date? And then it just does a simple calculation of where you should probably be. Because I think in your head, everybody does that automatically. You say, here's my budget, here's what I spent. I'm about halfway through the year, I should probably be at this amount. That's all this spreadsheet does. And this one in particular, it's called a 10 and 2 projection. That means 10 months have passed, there's 2 months to go. I'm more than happy to put this together every 2 months for the board to look at. And all it shows you, if you take a look here, it says we would expect that the supervisor's office, if you look at the third line that says supervisor, we would expect the supervisor's office today to be at somewhere around a $32,000 spend. He's actually, or at a $33,000 spend, 32,000 spend, he's 826 over on the run rate. Okay, all it is a way to identify, am I running hot or cold in some area? Am I underfunded or am I overfunded? And then you look for explanations, and it probably makes absolute sense in every case. So drop down a little bit lower when we were talking about the road commission. We had a budget of 400,000. Activity to date was 106. If we were spending regularly, this assumes a straight line spend, we'd be somewhere at about 332,000. And that says, yeah, we're running a little low. We're not spending what we should be spending. So it just gives you a way to take a quick look at these same numbers we just walked through.
It's a monitor.
Yeah, and say, yeah, it doesn't say anyone's doing anything right or wrong, but just to monitor and say, okay, why is it up or why is it down? I do this anyway. This is the way I've been trained to think. So I take the report from Jenny, and this is what I crank it through, and it tells me, yeah, we're fine, or we're off, or maybe something's running a little hot, a little cold, and it tells me what to question. More than happy to provide this every couple of months. Doesn't have to be part of a board packet. It can be something that I can email it, however you guys want to see it. It's not a big deal.
I'm all for it.
Yeah, it just,
I think it's beneficial as a monitor.
that's all it is.
Right.
It's just a way to track. Also on your sheet, Gary, where you have all your numbers over here,
Yeah.
it adds it. The total general fund budget is actually what you're proposing is only $2,500 higher than last year. I would suggest that the optics of coming in at the same number as last year would be far better. Just, I know you show 107.4, it's actually 102.7, 775. You're $2,500 away from saying we maintained a flat budget. And I think for the residents, that would mean something.
Okay.
Which if we're gonna make the contingencies, that would change some of it, right?
Right. If we can make the adjustments you talked about and come in and be able to say that we're trying to hold the expenses flat to what they were last year, that's a good thing.
Trying to hold the line.
So just a thought.
Okay.
So you guys want this?
Yeah, I do.
Every other month I'll do it. I'll run it, give it to everybody. You can,
What I see on this earlier in the year, right now, we're towards the end of the fiscal year, so it's much like what we're looking at, what we went through today.
exactly.
But if you look at the top of the column, it says activity through 6/30 of 25. So when, at the first half of the meeting, I was assuming that some of these were projected numbers where they're not. It's an actual spend. So these numbers could have, the second column on what we went through today,
Right.
that is going to go up between now and then.
Yeah, you
Some
still
of the
got-
numbers were way less, so it looked like we were way to the good, but the actual projection is we're going to be way over because we were 20,000 under, but we're spending 30,000 a month. Right, exactly.
Right.
So so something like this is great to monitor.
So let me ask you this. I mean, we've spent almost 3 hours now. Has this been beneficial, not beneficial? I mean, what's the board's thoughts?
That was good.
Yeah, I thought we talked about a lot of
I
stuff.
know.
I thought we talked about a lot of stuff, hammered out a lot.
All right.
I think it's good.
Can I speak?
Yes.
It was 3 hours worthwhile, I think. Everybody here is on the same page, I think, here. I've never, and I mean, I was sat next to you here. I don't think we've ever gone in depth like this, which is good, I think. I think it was all positive.
Okay. Well, I appreciate it. I would like to continue down that vein for future years.
Oh, yes, I think everybody's
Well,
has.
we would have never made it through because we only had an hour. We would have waited till next week's.
Oh,
Everybody contributed something here, I think, that we're gonna move forward with positivity.
Good.
That's my short and sweet. Oh, yes, the trustee, Rick, yes, you were involved in a lot of stuff too, I'm sorry, I didn't. Yeah, solar and whatever, yes.
The BEAD program.
Well, yes, so.
Permit clerk hiring, are we doing that today? What's your thoughts? The chairperson here today has got to be out of here in a half hour.
I would say, let's table it. That's my feelings. Just because of everything that's going on right now there in regards, that's my feeling.
Mike, you want to say something, I can tell.
So here's the conversation as I understand it. We have two very capable candidates. And I don't know that you can have two of them strung along too terribly long. And part of the thought is that if you balance out on the budget, I mean, if you're going to make changes to the budget and stuff, there's probably enough room where we may be able to bring in the person for the permit coordinator and possibly we'll call it an office coordinator that would be able to segue in to other responsibilities. I mean, it might be worth thinking about. I don't know what the rest of the board thinks, but you can't hold two people terribly long. And actually, I think it's three people because I know Kim is somebody that she wants us to consider as well. We might have to, do a little balancing here. I know, Gary, you have looked at the possibility of somebody that could kind of take care of the board packages, take care of a lot of the administrative work for you. Doesn't have to be a deputy, can be a office coordinator. We have somebody to hire here. I don't know.
Yeah, and my situation, Mike, I don't, I don't need somebody here 24 hours a week. You know what I'm saying?
No.
I don't. I've got some helpers, one on my left and one on my right now that kind of help me out. And I'm learning a little bit, right? Help learn a little bit. So, I guess it's food for thought, okay? They're both qualified people, and
Well, we talked about it in committee. I think I agree with Mike there. There's two very good candidates.
What do you mean by balancing? What did you mean by balancing?
Well, if we have budgeted a certain amount for, you've got let's call it an assistant treasurer deputy. It's a different type. It's not just deputy, it's a paid position. We have a assistant deputy clerk. We have the hours that we had budgeted for the permit coordinator. We have the hours that have been budgeted for Ida. We have, all these, and nobody's really using what was really originally thought of. I think Ida's hours have been cut down. I know nobody's interested in working all the hours Paige worked. There may be enough room in all of that to say, you know what, you can bring a couple of people on for 2 days a week, knowing that somebody may be leaving down the road, and it'd be nice to have someone who could step right in and take a job over.
Why can't
Would
we?
they split days? Like,
Yeah.
they both wouldn't be working 4 days if you hired two.
Oh, God, no.
No,
Why-
it'd be-
this-
No,
I've
what we're
always-
saying is,
Somebody to come in maybe for a day for Gary.
right, a day, let's say if somebody came in for a day or 2 days to help Gary, to help you guys too. I mean, just to do the general office coordinating stuff, make sure the cameras work and all that type of stuff. I mean, we can put together a scope of what that would be. They can also learn what it is that Ida does, because when Ida decides someday to leave, we don't have a backup for her. So they could learn that. The person that would be coming in to do the permit coordinator position may not want to work the 4 days, from what I understand. They only want to work the 2 or 3 days, great. That's a little bit of headroom that you can apply to the other. I'm just saying, let's look at how we could balance all those hours. And if it comes down to, we got to pay for, one extra man day a week, and we get all that additional coverage and that, kind of bench strength, it might be worth considering.
I've always been a fan of job sharing.
Sure.
And that might be a great opportunity because we have two people who are equally qualified, know how to do it. If somebody is sick or if somebody's kids are sick, somebody goes on vacation, we have somebody that can coordinate and the department doesn't shut down and we're not left in the situation we are now. To me, that's good business. And I agree, there should be somebody who can transition into that role and learn that role. Maybe the two people would.
Yeah.
And again, I don't know much about these candidates, but
I've never met them. I don't know.
Yeah, I
either of them.
haven't
just-
We had two applicants, and they said you had an applicant that was interested in permit clerk?
me?
No. There is somebody that
No.
Kim has to fill Roberta's.
Okay.
Position.
I thought you had,
And-
okay.
I've already got somebody.
And I'm happy to tell everybody, Tara Gordon, who was the manager at Tri-County Bank. She has decided to step down, reduce her schedule, kind of branch into some other things, enjoy her personal life a little bit. Only wants 2 days a week. And it's a really good get for us. So Randy's laughing. I'm,
I agree with Mike. I think there's room for both of these highly qualified people.
Yeah.
And if they can take responsibilities off your statutory requirements, I think this thing is gonna grow, because we always look for somebody to do something. And they're both very talented. I think they're both very qualified. I'd like to see if we could put them both on.
I'd like to see a resume.
It's an extra person to put salt on.
I haven't seen a resume for anybody. I don't even know who we're talking about.
One, Dennis,
Thanks.
Maria.
Okay.
So Dennis, what are you suggesting, that they would both work 24 hours a week?
No. I think what Mike is looking at is the scope of what they would do.
12.
I'd like to go back now and, I just think to help you out a little bit, Gary, and I'll tell you, I don't know how you handle a FOIA requirement. Those are crazy. And they chew up a lot of time.
There's that, there's the help with the building department that needs with the OEO stuff. I mean, there's a lot of
there's room.
administrative work that
Each
can be.
work 12 hours?
I think a job sharing situation
2
would
to 3
work.
days, depending on
Yeah.
what they have an appetite to work.
Mhm.
I don't know how many hours they were.
But that's
Or
the
work-
whole
or work
idea of
discussion.
peeling back the onion.
And the one that permit clerk, I would say is gonna have to be here 8 to 2, 4 days a week.
Right.
This other person, I would say minimum of 2 days, maybe 3, and find out if it's even, maybe the person wouldn't even be interested in doing it.
That's true.
Where I'm going.
Let's,
Well, that's why. I
And you
think we need to get back to
cross-train.
What Mike's trying to get at,
Yeah.
is the scope of work for what you want done as a township as a whole, and then see who fits into those categories.
And you cross-train. You
Yeah.
have to cross-train.
Because I think your zoning administrator, she's probably looking at retirement too.
right, that's where, that person come in, ask them if they would be interested in maybe mirroring this position a little bit to see if it's something in the future.
So do we have to interview these two girls again?
No.
Based upon this change?
I would say,
You've already interviewed them.
Well, the one that Joe wants, which I'd like to get into that discussion if I got a minute, but she needs to be here 4 days a week.
yes, absolutely.
So the question is, if Maria, whether she'd be willing to work the 3 days a week. That's the way I'm understanding it. Okay.
Can the building department afford this? Because that's always been an issue if we can't
Oh,
afford
okay, So
it.
she would be here for that.
We just have to make sure that it's
revenue is from the building
right
department.
from the
We may
permits.
find that they could
Right,
afford to cover that.
I know
Right.
it's $3,600.
right.
Well, it's up to you guys, whatever you're.
I'd like to see the other resume. I'd like to get a really more more,
Can we bring this to our meeting then on
I don't know what the scope of the jobs are that we would hire somebody for. I think it needs just to be more clearly defined
Next
for
week.
them and for us.
And this HR committee will do that, right?
So
Well,
we'll put
but they want to do it
this
soon, right?
This is
And
gonna
this
happen.
extra person on the agenda for May 12th. Okay?
Yep.
Does that sound right?
In the meantime, could you get a hold of Maria to find out if she would be willing to come in 2-3 days a week but that this,
Just heard she might work a 4th day a week, though. I thought you mentioned she might work in the building department.
Me?
Yeah.
No, I said I'm more of a job share person, but we need somebody just to be cross-trained so that we have coverage always.
Like, are both these people being paid out of the building?
That's,
I would say no.
I would say no.
I would say,
so how are,
Who's paying?
who's paying, yeah, who's paying for
you're right.
Have to look. So what you'd have to look at is what was originally budgeted, or what was the thought on the deputy treasurer? It's down to 2.5 days. Was the original thought that they were gonna be a deputy treasurer 4 days?
I only need a person for 2 days a week.
No, I know, but I'm saying if we envisioned that we were gonna have a deputy treasurer here 4 days, and it turns out we only need them 2 days, that means we kind of have a couple of days there that we always expected to pay somebody, and they're not gonna, we don't need it.
So I guess my question is, are you thinking they're doing something in the office? Because I don't think we need more help up front. That was my,
If you look at it as an office manager, helping Gary out with different things, you've talked about the webpage design, we've talked about.
Oh, forgot the
zoning
webpage,
administrator, back up to the zoning administrator. There's a lot of things that are loose, taking away non-statutory jobs like FOIAs or whatever else you had on your list, Jenny and Kim, for that matter. That person could do a lot of things that would fall into the category of office manager, not part of the building department.
I think I would
The way I
turn
see it.
this over to the committee, the HR committee here to come up with some direction.
The highest and best use.
We can sit here and argue about this, you know.
But in
And the highest and best
meantime,
use of Kim's
we have
time
to
is
give
not
Maria
typing.
an answer.
What was that? I'm sorry, what was that?
We
I
don't
said
type
the
very
highest
much
and
for them.
best use of your time is doing treasurer's work. The highest and best use of your time is doing township clerk's work.
It's true.
Gary should not have to hope that somebody can help him put together board packets and do the typing and do all that type of stuff that bogs him down. So it's just having that additional set of hands might not be a bad thing. Just saying, we get our board packets. Right now, our board packet is a month's worth of mail. It'd be nice to have an actual board packet that said, this is what we're gonna talk about at the board meeting. All this other stuff is an aside. Getting them a week early so we have time to review them and really understand what's in them, all that stuff, we could just, it would make it all better. Just a thought. I don't know.
The Planning Commission has a recording secretary, and that person may be able to do the recording instead of you doing it, Jenny, for our board meeting. I don't know if that'll help you or not. To me,
I type up all my stuff ahead of time and just fill in blanks. Like, here are my minutes. They're all typed.
But Mike, let me know, Rick, let me know when you guys are free to meet. I can be available.
No, I meant to,
While I have
Find out if
everybody, if
she's
everybody
even
could take a
willing to
quick
do
look
it.
at this, these are some logos that are proposed.
oh,
Take a peek, we can change colors.
would anybody be, if I give this, Mike doesn't have, this is for Maria. Could he contact her to find out, you know, what she would be willing to do?
Who interviewed her? It should be someone who interviewed her, not just
Gary?
another trustee.
And Dennis,
It has,
myself, and Joe,
it should be someone who already interviewed
Mr.
her.
Supervisor then.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So what are you offering her, 3 days right now?
Offering her anything yet, just curious if she's
Would be interested.
adamant and it's gotta be 6 hours a day for 4 days, then we know what we're dealing with. I just would like to know what she's expecting.
If it's modified,
If
the
you,
hours.
2 or 3 days a week.
how many days a week is she
Negotiable.
interested in working? And is there a hard deck on how many she has to work?
Do you like any of those?
I'll approach it from with 3 days.
Of the two, I think
Interesting.
the round are better.
Yeah.
3 days.
Hold on, let me touch.
And the job, would it be
farm.
Essentially, it's going to be a office coordinator position to begin with the probability that it'll segue into a replacement for
Barn.
potentially.
What happens if the other person doesn't work out as a permit clerk, then
That's why we have cross-trained everybody,
there,
so that the place doesn't shut down if one person has the flu.
okay.
This one?
So,
Oh, sorry.
You need this?
okay.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Make a motion to the men's room.
Make a motion.
Thank you very much.
Hey, wait a minute. Oh,
What?
all in favor?
I,
Okay.
Cut the,
I was gonna try to summarize our action items.
all right, if everybody has a chance, you guys,
I
I
like
think
the bottom
we
one.
changed, you like the bottom one?
The barn?
The big barn?
Yep.
You like the circling one? You just put
Yeah.
a circle in his barn.
I'm
And
good with
we
either
can
one.
change the color, like we could
It's got
change
a delay
the
on it.
tree to green, you like this one, right?